Hello everyone and welcome to the life and suffering of Prince Jerian. So now we have the full release, the game and all of its glory, the hotly anticipated sequel of the life and suffering of Sir Bronte. Now, of course, I did play the demo, the first demo when it originally came out. It only included chapter 1. There was another demo that included chapter 2. I did not play that one because it came out kind of close to the full release of the game. I think it was like a few weeks ago during the Steam Next Fest. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump into this. I'm gonna go ahead and start a completely new file. Let's see. My name, of course, will be Darren. Game mode. So chapter replay, sure. Consequences. I'm gonna keep this visible for right now. The effects your choices will have on the protagonist's life will be visible to you in advance. This is the recommended setting. It will allow you to plan ahead and direct your character's fate. This setting can be changed during the gameplay through the pause menu. And then tips. Tips explaining game mechanics will be shown during gameplay. Don't think I need that this time. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and keep consequences visible for right now. If you guys would like me to change that, by all means let me know in the comment section and I will go ahead and change it back to just regular old hidden. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. The life and suffering of Prince Jerian is a game of choices and consequences. Every decision you make shapes the story, unlocking some paths and closing others. You will not always overcome the challenges you face, so be prepared to fail. At times, the choice you want to make will be out of reach because you are not ready, your strength is depleted, or you have bound the protagonist to a different fate. The world of the game will not bend to your wishes. If you want to leave your mark on the world, you must be ready to sacrifice, to surrender what you hold dear, to betray what is important to you. You will face difficult choices and you will live with their consequences. Victory will not come easily. That is what gives it value. The life and suffering of Prince Jerian is a game about becoming a ruler, struggling for power, and fighting to change the future of your empire without abandoning your true self. Pain and suffering are a part of this story. They help the protagonist grow and understand himself. Accept your weaknesses, your vulnerability, and your powerlessness, for they are all part of the plan. Live Prince Jerian's life so that in the end he may find purpose, if not happiness.
Memories. The pages of an unfinished book. A lifetime flashes before my eyes. Who were these people to me? Who was I to them? What have we done? What have we accomplished? My life, the life of my nation, they have become inextricably intertwined. But now the time has come to ask myself the truly important questions. Questions I must answer now, no matter how much I might want to hide from them.
Alrighty, a look back. What was the purpose of your life? Everyone asks this question when their life is about to run its course, be they emperor or slave, simply because their time is up. And it is only natural, for you will face the divine twins soon, and they will see you as you are. Their gaze is devoid of both judgment and love. You will be yet another dull, clueless mortal who accomplished nothing during his brief time in this world. You started writing this book to work out just what your life was. What was the golden thread that pierced It pieced the disjointed moments and days together to form the tapestry of your fate. But now that that book is almost finished, you still feel empty inside. Maybe you got lost along the way. Maybe you took a wrong turn, made a bad decision, choose the wrong person, and all meaning simply vanished from your life, winked out of existence, evaporated like smoke drifting up from an extinguished candle. There's something that drives you and gives you the strength to fight. It spurs you to action, urges you to make sacrifices, achieve victories, and perform feats of valor, or back down and betray those who trusted you. This explains the way you lived and the decisions you made. So what is it? What is the one thing worth living for? Hating the world, duty, love and affection, your own freedom and desires, your own greatness. Life has no meaning. So just from the little bit that I did play in the demo, this game is a little bit different when it comes to how your character is versus how Sir Bronte was. Sir Bronte, you had your family to care about and stuff, whereas this time around it doesn't seem like you really have that. Like, you have friends and stuff, but you are kind of basically on your own to a large degree. So considering this, I will just go ahead and try to change the world. The book lies open before you. You found the answer you were looking for. Life is nothing if you don't use it to change the world, make your mark on it, or bring to life the ideas you believe in with all your heart. That inexhaustible desire to set the world in motion was the guiding thread that led you through life, one day at a time. You will be remembered as a paragon of steely resolve, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of your vision, for the sake of something you deemed to be right. You wanted the world to hear your truth, and it did, and that truth shook the world. That's right, it was all there, living in you, guiding you. It made you who you are and justified what you did. So why can't you put the matter to rest and close the book? Haven't you found the words to speak before the everlasting throne? You hesitate. Memories of things past flood your mind. You recall the events, the faces, the smells, the flavors. A street right after the rain, a patch of soft grass beneath your head, horses neighing, the clamor of the crowd, the clashes of steel, a touch, another person's lips on yours. Cold, condemning silence, bitter disappointment, fear, madness, and passion, a weak glimmer of hope. The past sweeps over you like a tide. You sit motionless, peering into your book. What could you have done differently to be sure of your answer right now? What could you have done to avoid this fear and confusion? Is changing the world really the true measure of a person's life? What if you miss something? What if there is something much more important than ambition, your personal vision, or the things you believe to be right? You go back to the first page of your memoirs, scanning the lines in search of the things you might have missed. It feels like your life is beginning anew. The book transports you back to the days before you were born. You're not ready to put it down yet. And I am but a wee little lad at 4. Click an unlock chapter if you'd like to return to the beginning of it and continue playing from that point. The year is 1120, Chapter 1, Obscurity. The key events in a chapter are tied together into stories. Your achievements and failures throughout these stories will shape your fate. To unlock an event, you must fulfill all the conditions and wait for the appropriate scene to occur. You are taking your first steps in a cold, unfamiliar world. Despite your tender age, you know almost nothing of affection, sympathy, or simple human touch. Will you be able to find any of these things as you begin to venture out? Will you be able to make friends, find someone to teach you the ways of this world, secure your first victories, and learn what sort of fate awaits you? Will you be able to stay true to yourself and carry the treasures of childhood throughout your life? Ah, childhood. Phantoms of the future, unbreakable bond. You made real friends who will always be part of your life. Teacher's pet, you lived up to your mentor's hopes by focusing on your future. You managed to preserve part of the person you were before your birth. Okay. We have logic, passion, will, blood. Your tendency to remain faithful to traditions and obey your ancestors. Love and law. Management, diplomacy, scholarship. Okay. The stranger. Your path lies across the colorful pattern of carpet. You have to be very careful as you hop from one little island to another. A single misstep and you could tumble into a lake of lava. A menacing giant rises before you. He guards dusty old books during the day and watches you with his glassy eye at night. You creep by, trying not to wake him. Another hop. You're almost there. Today you'll make your way to the big unexplored wardrobe on the far side of the room. You're finally going to find out who lives there. Sometimes the wardrobe dweller makes the door creak just a little. Some kind of shadow seems to flit through the depths of the great wooden box every time you walk by. And at nightfall, when you can see the sun setting through the window, something in the wardrobe shimmers, almost as though it's giving you a sign. At last, you finally reach the wardrobe. The door is closed. Your mysterious roommate isn't making it creak or casting colorful spots along the wall. You wonder, if you can't see him, is he even really there? The handle is so high you can barely reach it. You stand on your tiptoes, straining for the handle. There. Now you just have to pull it down without letting go, and the door opens. You trip and fall face first into some heavy articles of clothing. The fabric is all so different to the touch. Some of it's scratchy, some smooth. Sneezing from the dust, you reach out to push the clothes apart and make your way deeper into the wardrobe. Someone stirs in the darkness. You freeze. Was it just a trick of the light? Suddenly, a pair of eyes flash deep inside the wardrobe. The wardrobe dweller recoils, then steps forward, staring at you. Your heart feels like it's about to burst out of your chest. Who is he, and what does he want with you? Why is he here? What if he creeps out of the wardrobe one day? What if he creeps right up to your bed when you're asleep? Your hands clench into a fist. The anger within you is at war with your curiosity. What does the wardrobe dweller want? Why is he hiding in the dark like this? Is he like you? Does he have any toys? Maybe a flute? The stranger stares at you intently. There's something odd about the way he's acting. You should attack first and show him your strength. Seize the upper hand while you still can. Or would that be too risky? What if you fail to best him? Let's take a closer look. You're going to be cautious and reasonable, avoiding a fight with someone who might prove stronger. Gotta give me +1 for logic, but -1 for passion. And then of course, if I do the opposite, it gives me the opposite stats. I like this. I like the way it shows that. You gingerly wave to the stranger. Hello there. He waves back. He copies your movements perfectly. What if you make a silly face at the wardrobe dweller and he sticks his tongue out at you too? So that's it. The stranger is your exact copy. He's you. You touch the cool, smooth surface that divides you. Your double reaches tentatively towards your outstretched hand. He's just like you, but there's something vaguely unsettling about him. His piercing gaze makes you shrink backward. You are one and the same, yet somehow different at the same time. You lean forward, waving your arms. The double copies your movements exactly. You seem to be able to control him. But what if he decides to act on his own one day? You cast one last glance into the dark depths of the wardrobe before closing the door. Double keeps staring at you. Two more years. This morning is just like all the others that have come before it. The air feels thick and stuffy, making it hard to breathe. The walls are slowly closing in on you. Yet another unbearable day locked in your room. Ages ago, before you learned to walk, people used to carry you around. All sorts of faces would float above you, speaking in high-pitched voices, frowning and smiling. They used to make pleasant noises at you, play with you, teach you to talk, sing nursery rhymes. With them, you were allowed to laugh and cry, learn new things and expand your view of the world. But in the end, they always walked out the door and disappeared, leaving you alone. You know every little nook and cranny of this cursed room. Every single crack in the wooden furniture has been etched into your memory. The dusty smell of the heavy curtains on the windows permeates your entire being. You've explored everything there is to explore here. You've already memorized all the pictures in the books. There are lots of books in the room, but very few of them have pictures. You hear footsteps in the hallway. Servants come and go every day, cleaning your room and feeding you. A stern nursemaid walks into the room with a bowl of porridge, seats you at the table, gives you a spoon, and sits down to wait. You've asked her over and over again to let you out, but she always says, "No, I can't. You have to stay in your room." But for how long and why? No one will tell you. You hear an unfamiliar commanding voice right outside the door. You don't know who it belongs to, but their order is obeyed at once. The door opens. You remain rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by a combination of impatience, curiosity, and fear. As your guest steps over the threshold, you gasp in shock. You've never seen such a gigantic person before, and his skin is blue. His eyes, the blue irises are so bright they seem to glow. That's when you realize that you've actually seen blue giants like this in your books, but you never thought they were real. The visitor gives you an appraising look. The intensity of his gaze and your rising anxiety give you goosebumps. Why has this person come to see you? What does he want? Hello, child. My name is Cornelius. I will be your mentor. Don't be disturbed by the color of my skin. I'm an Arcanian. Blue blood flows through my veins, literally. You must have a lot of questions. I promise that they will be answered in due time, but for now, come with me. Your palms grow sweaty, your heart pounding madly in your chest. Did this Arcanian just invite you to follow him? Are you really about to leave your prison? You quickly crawl down from the chair. The nursemaid behind Cornelius clears her throat, then musters the courage to tell the Arcanian that you aren't allowed to leave the room. Overcome by hope and anxiety, your mouth goes dry. You freeze in anticipation. A shadow falls over Cornelius's face. The tension in the air grows palpable. He remains silent for a moment, then finally replies without turning to face the servant, his voice like ice. I know the rules, and I say that they no longer apply. See that you never speak out of turn again. Come, boy. The nursemaid gives you a silent bow, stepping aside. Your heart thrums with excitement. You hurry out of the room after your savior. The hallway seems to stretch on forever. The windows are made of dozens of colorful little pieces of glass, forming intricate patterns. Outside, you see a marvelous garden. The carefully pruned topiaries and trees you've never seen before become a kaleidoscope of images flashing before your eyes. The sheer number of exciting things hidden beyond your door takes your breath away. There are strange objects everywhere, along with countless new scents and amazing colors. You touch the leg of a still white figure as you walk by. It feels smooth and cool to the touch. You have so much to learn and experience. As you round a corner, the floor rises upward. You find yourself in a spacious upstairs room with lots of doors. There are guards posted next to one of the doors with long, velvety strips of cloth hanging to the sides. The strips have a winged silver serpent on them, twisting and baring its teeth. As you approach the door, Cornelius, who has been silent all this time, turns to face you once more. For a second, he looks just like the serpent on the cloth strips, exuding the same aura of forbidding magnificence. Listen closely now, child. I know this is all new to you. You will have to work hard to come to grips with it all. You have a great future ahead of you. To meet it head on, you need to study. You need to gain experience. Stay focused. Get to know the world I've given you today. Live in it. I will help, and we'll start right now. Come. Cornelius lets you into the room, striding in confidently after you. The walls are covered with paintings of blue giants with real swords and shields hung between them. Countless tomes fill the bookshelves. The legs of the desk and chairs are decorated with ornate carved patterns. They look nothing like the ones in your bedroom. A slightly older boy with a head of unruly brown curls is sitting in the far corner by the window, swinging his leg in boredom. When Cornelius guides you closer, the boy gives you a big grin and waves in greeting. This is Ferdinand. He will be teaching you today. He'll help you learn everything he knows. Isn't that right, Ferdinand? Of course, teacher. As they say, your head is a vessel for knowledge, not just food. I'm sure we'll stuff this full. Excellent. It's high time the boy learned his words and numbers. Reading will allow him to explore the world through books, while arithmetic will teach his mind order and discipline. Pick one for today and study your chosen subject. I have business to attend to. You hang on every word that comes out of your rescuer's mouth, still struggling to believe your good fortune. Cornelius suddenly leans towards you, putting his face right at your eye level. Remember what I told you. Study, learn the ways of this world, and stay focused. Cornelius gives you a final pat on the head and departs. Ferdinand doesn't waste any time grabbing your hand and giving it a firm, though not painful, squeeze. His face splits into a sneaky grin. Well, hello there. It's nice to finally meet you. You must have been bored out of your mind in that room. Stammering anxiously, you tell him that the loneliness of your room has been wearing on you, and you're glad to finally have something new to do. I can imagine. You'd probably find Ionis the Elder's Chronicles exciting at this point. By the way, what's your name? You look away embarrassed. No one has ever addressed you by name before, so you find yourself at a loss for words. Ferdinand looks at you, perplexed. There's a character from this one novel. Why don't I call you Darren for now? I'm sure you'll appreciate the irony when you read The Dueling Society. You shrug indifferently, but agree. You have to repeat the new name to yourself quietly a couple of times to make it stick. Ferdinand puts 2 books full of big characters and pictures in front of you, but then his face scrunches up in thought. He turns to look at the sunlit balcony visible through one of the windows. Cornelius has a meeting with Archduke Monroe right now. I'd sure love to know what kinds of secrets they're telling each other with this lesson. Say, what if we take a tiny little sneak peek at what they're up to? In case it's something really secret and important. The textbooks lie open on the desk before Ferdinand, but his eyes keep straying to the balcony. Cornelius said that you needed to study. You can't wait to make sense of all the squiggles you've seen in books, but Ferdinand's idea is just as tempting. Learning other people's secrets seems so exciting. I I am going to actually study. Let's see. Reading, scholarship, counting is management. But spying gives me some bonuses with Ferdinand. I'm pretty much going to abandon him later anyway. So, let's do counting. I think these are pretty much the same choices I made in the demo. You remind Ferdinand about what Cornelius had said. You were brought here to learn how to count, and that's what you want to do. Ferdinand isn't particularly happy with your decision, but gets swept up in the lessons before long. As he points at the numbers in the book, Ferdinand starts putting coins on the desk. Thinking in numbers is hard at first, but you quickly come to realize that everything around you can be counted. You like this clear, precise way of ordering things. Ferdinand teases you a little whenever you make mistakes, but it doesn't hurt your feelings. He has a little story to tell about each number. He knows so much. You want to be just like him when you grow up. Wow, you're a hard worker. I'm actually a little jealous. Do you want to try solving your problem by yourself now? If the treasury has 8 coins and the empire spends 3 coins on the army, how much will be left in the treasury? Time flies as you add and subtract. The orderly manner in which numbers exist, the rules they conform to, it all seems very compelling to you. Cornelius comes back when it's already dark outside. You're proud to report that you can solve your first problems now. He nods, clearly pleased, and puts a hand on your shoulder. Excellent. You're working at a good clip. Keep this up, and you'll do just fine with management and economics. You return to your room, warmed by the knowledge that this isn't forever. You're going to be able to learn new things every day. It feels like the fog is lifting from the world around you, and everything suddenly has a reason, a meaning. But you still have so many questions. Just who is your strange savior? Why did he decide to break the rules and free you from captivity? What does he really want from you? Alrighty, my management has gone up. Two more years. Your days feel like marbles rolling faster and faster across a wooden floor. It seems like just yesterday you were struggling to reach a book on a high shelf or give your toy soldiers a boat ride in one of your slippers. And now you're sitting on a hard bench behind your desk, gripping a thin, unwieldy quill pen with your ink-stained fingers. A lot has changed since you first met Ferdinand. You're almost never alone now, since Ferdinand isn't your only teacher. All of them are strict and demanding, but you always feel excited about your lessons. You finally have someone to talk to, someone to ask all the questions buzzing around inside your head. Some tutors tell you all about stars and the laws of nature. Others read you legends of old. Ferdinand brings you picture books and big old maps that smell faintly of something sour. You're eager to learn as much as you can about this world, although your teachers never stray beyond the topic of their lessons, as though all other subjects have been cordoned off by some kind of invisible line. You study diligently without knowing why. Whenever you ask, your teachers avert their gaze. You've tried asking Cornelius, but even your mentor has no clear answer for you. He says that the purpose of your efforts will be revealed to you later. You grip the pen too hard in frustration, and it snaps in your hand. When exactly is later? Still, you can't stay mad at Cornelius for long. His soft, slightly melancholy smile makes you feel all warm and happy inside. Cornelius isn't the only Arcanian you've met. You're always eager to see him and listen with bated breath to everything he has to say. Every day a new door seems to open before you. Your world expands, becoming progressively more complex and nuanced. Little by little, you explore the halls and galleries of the palace. You had no idea how vast it truly is. It's astonishing how much the mere ability to leave the building has changed your life. The sky is so endlessly high above you. Palace Park with its pond, round as a button, the rustling wind and the clouds. You cup little spots of sunlight in your palms. You sense that the world is kind and will always keep you safe. The warmth makes you feel lazy and content. You squint up at the sun and pause to think about your future. What will it be like? The future. The phrase feels solid and scratchy as you roll it around in your mouth. You can't wait for it to come. The world around you is enormous. You have to pry its secret out one at a time, but there's no doubt in your mind that one day it will all belong to you. Alright, got some more bonuses there to diplomacy and management. The last day of the week is for resting, so you set out to explore the palace grounds. Not far from the park on the shady side lies a large compound where servants live. You decide to take a closer look at it. As you get closer, you notice a boy and a girl your age playing with a puppy. The furry creature is darting between the children, panting and trying to yank a stick out of their hands. The two keep tossing it to each other and laughing, but then they spot you. Hi, want to join us, your lordship? Come on, we don't bite. They must be the children of the palace staff. Their simple, patched clothing is very different from your fashionable jacket, but nothing in their smiles indicate jealousy or resentment. The children look at you with curiosity. You approach them, suddenly shy, but trying not to show it. The puppy runs up to you and sniffs your foot. Hey there, my name's Emil, and this is my friend Martha. Hi, looks like Buster here likes you too. Want to play with us? You join them, your heart fluttering joyously. Buster struggles in vain to catch the stick as the three of you pass it to each other. The park fills with peals of laughter and the dog's loud barking. Martha fumbles her throw and drops the stick on the ground between you. Seeing his chance, the puppy rushes to claim his prize. Not so fast. You manage to grab his brown tail just in the nick of time. A sharp pain suddenly pierces your hand. As you snatch it back, you realize that your sleeve is torn and there's red blood on your skin. Buster gives you the guiltiest look his puppy eyes are able to convey. You feel his wet muzzle poking you as the puppy tries to lick the bite better. You don't hold this against him in the slightest. You scratch his ear, telling him it's okay, not a big deal at all. A shadow falls upon you. A lanky man with a bushy mustache towers over you and the other children. His sharp eyes zero in on your bleeding hand. The unsuspecting puppy is wagging his tail, excited to keep playing. Still silent, the stranger unsheaths his sword and runs Buster through in a single indifferent motion. The dog yips and starts wheezing, his paws scratching against the ground. The puppy's big wet eyes come to rest on you as the fear and pain in them fade to nothingness. The terrifying man stands there, watching you dispassionately. He calmly asks Emil and Martha not to hurt you, then flicks the blood from his sword and walks away. You hear him order a servant to have your wound treated. A lump rises in your throat. You clutch the puppy's limp little body close to your chest. Tears roll down your face as Martha's cries ring in your ears. Emil is frozen in impotent grief. Martha presses up against him, crying on his shoulder. How can you fix this? How can you take it all back? How did this happen? Buster never bit anyone. It feels as though you've forgotten how to breathe. How could this have happened? If you had never come here, the dog would still be alive. The thought burns like fire and you can't seem to stop your tears. The boy and the girl kneel down next to you, petting their dead friend. For a while, the only sound that breaks the silence is your quiet sobbing. You force out a shaky, "Sorry. This all feels like your fault." Eventually, Martha stands up, wiping her face on the dirt hem of her dress. Let's go to the temple. The twins will help us. You ask if they are really going to give the puppy a new life. No, the gods do not grant rebirth to animals, but they will help us cope with the pain and set us on the right path. Haven't you ever been to the temple? You shake your head and ask them to tell you about the twins. The elder gives us his love, while the younger makes sure everyone follows the rules. Come see for yourself. The temple isn't far. Emil and Martha grab your hands and start dragging you somewhere. Before long, you see a beautiful building decorated with carved stone pillars. This must be the temple of the twins. Maybe if you tell the gods about what just happened, you'll feel better. There are two big statues right after you walk in. You can't miss them. They're the twins. The elder has a lash and the younger has a sword. I always tell the elder about all my troubles and mistakes, so he'll wrap me up in his love. I think you should talk to the younger. He's fair. He'll tell you if it's really your fault or not. If you're guilty, just accept his punishment, and you'll feel better. Pick one of them. Go ahead. We'll wait here for a bit. Your mouth goes dry from trepidation as you walk up the grand staircase. All you can see is the wheezing dog dying because of you. Which of the gods will you approach? The one who will console you, or the one who will assess your guilt? I can ask the elder for consolation. I can ask the younger for justice. Or I can come to know both, and that will give me some scholarship. I did miss the chance to get scholarship earlier. So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and come to know both gods. The temple is mesmerizing in its vastness. Curiosity dulls your pain for a moment. You want to learn a little bit more about the mystery in which these statues of the gods are shrouded. You decide to approach each of them in turn. You take several steps towards the figure of the elder, who is gripping a lash. An unfamiliar feeling washes over you like a wave. You realize that you are not alone anymore. And that's not all. You've never been, and you never will be. Divine grace fills your heart, and you begin to breathe easy. It's as though you're one with the entire world. The elder's eyes bathe you in care, tenderness, and compassion. You are part of a great plan, a united family living in this eternal bliss. Your mind grows clear, filling with joy. The sorrow you felt dissolves in a love that knows neither blame nor judgment. You want to stay here, floating on this cloud of love, but your curiosity urges you to move on. What is the other god like? The one who holds a sword. You tear yourself away from the statue of the elder and approach the younger. The figure holding a sword gives you a stern look. Cold, mercilessly bright light fills the temple, exposing things and actions for what they truly are. No secret can hide from the younger's gaze. Mortal trappings blown away, your bare soul faces divine judgment. The younger looks at you and finds you blameless. A dog is nothing before the law of the twins. The true shape of things become clear to you. It now seems obvious that you have committed no crime. Your soul seems to unfurl, freed of its heavy burden. Your mind grows clear. Your limbs feel light. Ever curious, you look up at the high, arching ceiling of the temple. Is there anything above the two gods? Is there something besides them? You think you see some kind of shadow lurking up there, but then you feel dizzy and have to lower your gaze. The world is so full of wonders. You look into the faces of gods and come to know them. This thought fills you with power and joy. You expect to see Emil and Martha as you exit the temple, but they've already left to bury the puppy. You make a promise to look for them and tell them what happened in the temple. You feel a sort of kinship with your new friends, something important that's hard to put into words. You'll be sure to find them. You will meet them again. All right, scholarship's up a bit, and I think I did make this choice in a demo as well. I think there's only one choice that I'll make that's different, but we'll see how that goes. Every day after lessons, you take a walk in the park, but for the past week, you've been playing alone. Emil and Martha haven't come out. You scold yourself for never having found out where your friends live. The moment you see them again, you'll be sure to invite yourself over. A column of light connecting the ground to the sky draws your eye. Emil told you that it is the shining pillar. Atop that pillar is the seat of the twins, from which they can see absolutely everything. Neither a closed door nor a closed heart can hide anything from their gaze. Could you ask the gods what happened to your friends? Will they deign to respond? Emil's voice suddenly rings out. Finally, you rush towards your friends, asking them where they went. Hey, Jerian. Martha and I just went through the rite of the sacrament. We got our lots in the Temple of the Twins and, well, we had to stay home for a couple of days. The sacrament? Lots? You've never heard of these things before. You ask your friends to tell you more. What? You don't know? Didn't your parents tell you? The twins gave people 3 lots in life. Anyone who defies their lot is doomed to eternal suffering at the foot of the shining pillar when they die. Martha suddenly starts to sing, tapping her foot in time with the beat, a carefree smile on her face. When the twins came down to earth, they brought lots for every birth. Let us count them. 1, 2, 3. The twins made them for you and me. Nobles rule and bravely fight. They protect us with their might. Priests work hard to understand, guide us by the twins' commands. Common people work and toil, always patient, never spoil. Live your lot where you were born, to the day when you pass on. Know your lot and know the prayer, for the twins see everywhere. It sounds like your friends have been told how they should live their lives from this point on. They've been shown a path that they can follow without having to think. You ask them what happens when someone receives their lot during the sacrament. Emil pauses to think, looking away. Then he just turns around and hikes up his shirt in the back. A wide, angry red scar runs across Emil's scrawny back. It's just a lashing for the lowborn, because our lot in life is to work, endure, and suffer. It hurts to move at first, so Emil and I stayed home. The scar will serve as a reminder to us. Don't look like that. Having a lot is really important. Everybody suffers, but at least now our pain will have a purpose. It'll bring us closer to the twins. I like that it's my lot to work. The gods were really smart when they gave us the lots. Working can be nice, especially when you're good at something. All our hard work will be rewarded by bliss on the peak of the shining pillar. Your friend's humble glee makes jealousy claw at your insides. You ask if everyone has a lot. Of course, the twins assign a lot to every single person. How can somebody live without knowing who they are and what they were born for? If you don't know your lot, you could violate it without even realizing. You'll be doomed to eternal suffering at the foot of the pillar. There's just no atoning for that kind of failure. That's why you have the sacrament when you're a kid, so you can know your fate and your place in the world as soon as possible. So when are you gonna have yours? You shuffle your feet, feeling self-conscious. There's nothing for you to say. Emil and Martha's parents told them about their lots. The only people you could ask about yours are Cornelius and Ferdinand. Will they answer? Why are you so different? Why is your destiny still so vague? Emil and Martha notice your confusion but can only shrug. A discomforting weight presses down on you. You decide to leave. You say goodbye, then trudge back to your room to spend some time alone. You feel lost. You wonder which world you really belong to. The cold austerity of the palace, the lessons with Ferdinand and Cornelius. It's all preparing you for something important, something much bigger than yourself. Your mentor said you had to study so you could be ready when he needed you. But when will that time come? What do you need to get ready for? The questions just keep piling up. Camille and Martha are so genuine, so open-hearted. It seems like they're willing to accept you as one of their own. They make you feel warm and happy inside without asking for anything in return. But you're not like them. Where exactly do you belong? No one else has to wonder about their fate or their purpose in life. Everyone else has all the answers ready for them the moment they're born, but not you. It seems you'll have to choose your own path and face the consequences. You toss and turn, the little song about Lot stuck in your head. Sleep eludes you, just like the answers to all your questions. A single word keeps echoing in your mind: Lotless. The whole family is gathered around the table. It's Martha's family, but they don't make you feel like an outsider. This isn't your first dinner with them. At first, they welcomed you into their home with caution, even trepidation, but they opened up eventually, offering genuinely happy smiles, asking involved questions, and showing you what hearth and home really feel like. They've gotten used to you, and you like coming here. Nice and cozy. You enjoy the quiet affection Martha's parents share, their warmth and acceptance, and the feeling of kinship they inspire in you. This place makes you forget that you're different, without parents or a lot. The juicy slab of meat on your plate smells of cloves and cilantro. Even though Martha's family are commoners, they are by no means poor. Her father is a servant at the palace, so he earns a decent salary. Martha's mother says the dish is a family recipe passed down to her from her grandmother. All Moritz women know it. Martha's mother goes on to say that even when a woman marries into another family and takes her husband's name, a little something from her birth family stays with her. She goes by Peters now, but Martha's mother still keeps the special Moritz recipe alive to pass it down to her daughter one day. There will come a time when Martha will change her last name too, but she'll still make this recipe for her husband and remember her mother. You thank the woman for the food, telling her how delicious it is, but your mind is elsewhere. Why does everyone have a last name but you? Why don't you have anyone to teach your family traditions or pass your ancestors' wisdom down to you? Martha's father, a short, balding man, asks you and Martha about your day. He's soft-spoken and his eyes look a bit sad and tired. You tell him you've been teaching Martha to read. Pleasantly surprised, he offers to lend you one of his books. As a scribe, he has a modest library at home. Martha's mother is trying to talk you into having seconds when you hear heavy footsteps outside the door. Martha's father suddenly looks worried. Ducking under the doorway, a stranger enters the room without so much as a knock. He's elegant and finely dressed, with pale blue skin and smoldering eyes. Everyone gets up from their chairs, the conversation abandoned. You're so startled you almost drop your napkin. You notice the tense line of Martha's father's shoulders. Her mother's knuckles turn white as she clutches the hem of her dress. Martha casts you a frightened glance, but looks down a moment later when the Arcanian comes closer. The newcomer takes a seat at the table, a sinister smile slithering across his face. Please pardon the intrusion. I couldn't help but notice the enticing smell of your feast from outside. I suppose we have the lady of the house to thank for this sumptuous repast. Martha's mother nods and murmurs her thanks, her eyes trained on the floor. The entire family stands tense in silence, darting meek looks at their late-night visitor. You've done quite well. Diligence and hard work pave the path to bliss for people like you. Yet those who grow lazy or simply lack the skill are doomed to a very different fate. Beware of my manners. There's no need to stand, my gracious host. Please sit with me. The stranger's words are sickeningly polite, but his voice has a steely ring to it. Martha's father sits down cautiously, thanking the visitor for this honor. His wife heads to the kitchen, still glaring at the nobleman as though he were a savage beast. The lady of the house comes back and puts a plate of food in front of the Arcanian, along with a knife and two-pronged carving forks. She apologizes for receiving such a distinguished guest in such unbecoming poverty, then gives him a low bow and asks him to dine to sample this humble meal. The visitor cuts the meat unhurriedly. Pinkish juice pools on the platter. The Arcanian turns to face the man of the house. You are right-handed, aren't you? And stabs his fork right through the lowborn man's left hand. Blood splatters on the tablecloth. The fork has gone clean through the man's hand, pinning it to the wood. You hear a dropped cup shatter on the floor. His face pale white, Martha's father shakes like a leaf, but somehow keeps from crying out. His wife makes an aborted motion to come to his side, but then she looks away and stays put. Everyone bites their lips to keep silent. The only sound in the room are the father's quiet whimper as he pleads for forgiveness. The visitor continues in a patronizing tone. As you can see, a job poorly done brings suffering both in life and the hereafter. The Blue Book preserves the great legacy of the Melanoticis. You missed the word while transcribing it, a heinous offense. To labor is your lot, so you must do it well. Martha's father nods over and over, groveling and promises to correct his mistake. Martha's mother offers to serve the nobleman the good wine they keep for special occasions. This is the least she can do given that such an important guest has graced their home with his presence. I wouldn't mind some wine, but spare me your groveling. My visit is a matter of necessity, and my true interest has nothing to do with your husband's misdeed, so be silent. You girl, bring us the wine in 2 clean glasses. With a quick curtsy, Martha hurries back, carrying a dusty old bottle and 2 wine glasses. With that done, she returns to her mother's side by the table and averts her gaze meekly. You wonder what's going to happen next. Suddenly, the visitor turns to you. You don't belong here, boy. You should spend more time in the company of nobles. These humans are weak, subservient cattle. All they can teach you is obedience and servitude. Have you already forgotten your guests, my gracious host? Martha's father serves the wine, his right hand trembling. His left is still pinned to the table, and his lips have not lost their pallor. He spills several large drops on the tablecloth. Forcing out a smile through the pain, he murmurs obsequious words of gratitude to his guests. He has learned a valuable lesson and feels greatly honored by the visit. The sight is so humiliating you can't help but cringe. What could these people possibly have to teach you? To serve others and apologize? Since Cornelius let you out of your shell so soon, you ought to stay with your equals, not lower yourself to the level of this common riffraff. The strong will elevate you, while the weak will render you just as insignificant as they are. The man never takes his eyes off of you, as if the others don't even exist. He offers you one of the ruby red glasses. To the power of the Arcanian houses, and to your grand future. Drink with me, and never set foot in this hovel again. The Arcanian watches you expectantly. Toasting with him would be your first step into the great world of the Arcanians. But is that a future worth betraying your friends for? Or maybe you're reckless enough to argue with this powerful visitor on behalf of the poor owners of this house. Yep, I wasn't doing that in the first place. Let's go ahead and get that drink there. The Arcanian said, your grand future. What did he mean by that? You meet the visitor's haughty gaze, but can't bring yourself to ask. You lift the glass to your lips and take a sip. The wine tastes sweet. It burns you from the inside and brings a flush to your cheeks. Your muscles fill with strength, your shoulders squaring on their own. The visitor nods in approval and smiles. You don't really want to look at Martha's family, who are standing there like statues. They avoid looking you in the eye too, silent and subservient. Martha is the only one you nod to on your way out. Sure, you enjoy playing with her when you have the time, but you won't be mixing with her family anymore. After leaving Martha's house, you go to find Ferdinand. Locating him doesn't take long at all. He's in the library, where you've had countless lessons from him before. Ferdinand jumps up as soon as he sees you. Darren, good to see you. I was just thinking about you. I was talking to my friend Gunter L. Breen yesterday. We had the most fascinating discussion about the rise of the Empire. I'm looking for history books to test my theory. Do you know what I've come to realize? Even though this is the Arcanian Empire, it wouldn't be where it is today without the human nobility. According to the lots, only nobles have the right to rule. The Arcanians are born and bred into the nobility, but there are too few of them to run an entire empire. So when the empire expanded to include the entire known world, humans began to act as local authorities. The Arcanians need us. Without us, there will be no empire. The Arcanians are also very conservative and tend to cling to the past. We humans have shorter lifespans, but we're more adaptable, which means we advance more quickly. Most recent breakthroughs were made by humans. You spend the rest of the evening with Ferdinand. His keen intellect makes him a compelling conversationalist, no matter the topic. His comportment shows no sign of the bowing and scraping you saw in Martha's parents. Perhaps that strange nobleman was right after all. You belong with the nobles. People should only mix with their equals. Alright, don't get too ahead of yourself. The Parade. The Arcanian Herald, issue 106. The entire city of Eterna is abuzz today, every street and every house suffused with festive anticipation. The bustling crowds are congregating at the city center. Many have come to our capital from afar to watch the annual military parade and see the academy graduates take their vows. Eterna can seem overwhelming on your first visit if you're used to the sleepy pace of the provinces. The air here is intoxicating. It makes you dizzy, as if you were high in the mountains. Eterna doesn't flirt with you. It assaults all your senses, using all the weapons at its disposal. The streets are all decorated with lanterns and wreaths. The crowd of humans and Arcanians in front of the main square looks like an endless ocean. His Imperial Majesty, Uther Tempest II, sits in the stands in front of the Academy, observing his countless subjects with august poise. The Supreme Sovereign and his court watch the Imperial Cavalry march through the pavement. Thoroughbreds walk in orderly rows, their gait prancing, but perfectly contained. Their riders' polished armor glints in the sun like jewels as their banners flutter in the wind. Finally, all eyes are drawn to a single figure in the stands that seems to glow with a glorious radiance. The people in the crowd crane their necks to get a better look at the blessed face of the Emperor, the supreme ruler and protector of everything under the sun. The Emperor watches his marching troops with calm dignity. The elite regiments line up on the square, and then the graduates of the military academy step forward. They draw their swords as one and recite the sacred words of their oath, swearing allegiance to His Majesty. The Emperor listens to their vows before standing unhurriedly and lifting his hand in a welcoming gesture. Silence descends upon the square in an instant. Even the horses dare not to utter a single sound. The very stones and trees hang upon the Emperor's every word. The Emperor accepts the oath. He says that today marks the beginning of their path to glory. The graduates of the military academy are the first to be granted the right to serve in the Imperial Guard on par with Arcanians. May they not tarnish the honor that comes with their lofty rank. The Emperor raises his voice to declare that this pledge is a sign of great trust, both from the Empire and him personally. His Majesty expects the new recruits to serve him faithfully and never disappoint him. Each province is home to thousands upon thousands of subjects. Only part of the great Imperial army has gathered here today. The Empire is colossal, all-encompassing. No human art or Arcanian can fully comprehend its size. We all bow before a single man, every aspect of our lives controlled exclusively by him. Emperor Uthar Tempest II, anointed to reign by the twins themselves. Okay, elitism has gone down. Not something we have control of, I think. You sit at your desk scratching the wooden surface. The apple trees in the park are in bloom, filling the classroom with their sweet fragrance. Time seems to flow like molasses. Ferdinand is twirling his curly locks around a finger, his cheeks propped on his fist. Your mentor's eyes are trained on you two as he paces the classroom. His voice fills the space around you. The blessed Arcanian Empire stretches from one sea to another in all cardinal directions. There are no countries or peoples aside from the Arcanians and humans who live under the twins' protection. Arcanians are different from humans in many ways, including our blue blood, which gives our skin its distinctive hue, our superior strength, and our longer lifespans. Arcanians were the ones who laid the groundwork for the Empire. The humans we subjugated then assimilated into our culture and learned to live by our laws. The humans submitted themselves to Arcanian authority, working their way up from slaves and peasants to guild masters, scientists, and even nobility. How do you suppose Arcanians would get along without humans? They probably just languish over their genealogy records and look to the past for all their answers. They'd never know the wonders of technological and scientific progress that humans have pioneered. There's some truth to your words, but we are talking about Arcanians today. The Emperor rules supreme over the entire world. That said, some Arcanian families hold a great deal of power as well. We call those families the Great Houses. Only someone from a great house can receive the title of Overseer from the Emperor and rule one of the 8 provinces the Empire is divided into. The Empire's ruling dynasty is House Tempest. The Tempests reign supreme among all the other great houses in all matters at all times. I'm sure the previous ruling dynasty of the Arcaniuses thought the same thing until the great houses cut their reign short. Cornelius' face darkens, but he chooses to ignore the barb. When your mentor continues, his voice sounds even firmer than before. The throne was granted to the Tempests by the twins. They bring the gods' love, law, and will to the people of this world. Now I'm going to explain the relationships between the Tempests and the rest of the houses. Peace in our blessed empire depends on balancing the agendas of various bloodlines. The ability to negotiate with them all is of paramount importance. Mentor, all this talk about Arcanian society is like sleeping drops to us. Why don't you tell us something that's actually interesting? For instance, why do my lands have a sizable tax imposed on them, while those belonging to Arcanians do not? And why do I have to waste money on maintaining a garrison if the Empire's enemies are long gone? You've come of age, Ferdinand. You have a title on your own lands now. I see you are eager to prove yourself a talented ruler. But every ambitious noble needs to understand the inner workings of the great houses and how they affect the overall political landscape. So I shall continue. Back me up here, Darren. We need to stop digging around in the past and learn something that could actually impact our lives. Our future depends on the things we study right now. Do you agree with Ferdinand? Would you rather focus on matters of imperial governance than delve into the subtleties of Arcanian diplomacy? Or is there perhaps a subject that would capture everyone's attention and bring the argument to a close? Let's propose our own subject, so that way we don't piss anybody off. The tension between Cornelius and Ferdinand is almost palpable, but remembering how passionate they both are about progress, you ask your mentor to outline how the Empire has changed in recent years. Ferdinand nods enthusiastically, and you see a spark of interest in Cornelius's eyes as well. There have been many changes since Tarquinius Millenatus left the post of Great Chancellor. The Empire relies on humans much more these days. The new laws have given low-born people a new degree of freedom, which has led to an upswing in technological advancement. Humans have occasionally managed to make breakthroughs in agriculture, metallurgy, and construction despite their short lifespan. Ferdinand joins in enthusiastically. It's clear that he finds this topic pleasant and interesting. Humans changed a lot once they were given the opportunity. The invention of gunpowder 2 years ago opened up new horizons in mining. The rate at which silver and other metals are mined has increased by leaps and bounds. The conversation flows easily. The recent tension is completely gone now. You spend the day discussing various new developments and ideas that hold great potential for the Empire. As you say goodbye, your mentor puts a hand on your shoulder. I'm happy to see you being so proactive. You need to understand the current workings of the Empire. It's absolutely crucial for your future. You keep thinking about his words once you're left to your own devices. What exactly is your place in this power structure? And more importantly, why do people refuse to tell you? Alright, got a little bit of scholarship. And got a little bit of approval from both of them. Heretics in high places. An unsealed letter to be delivered via third-class mail to Marcus the blacksmith at the inmost house of Baron Elborn's estate, Anazet. My dear friend, I hope this letter finds you well. Remember how happy you all were when we learned I was to be posted to the capital. It was like I'd won a prize at the fair. I thought the gods had finally smiled upon me. Well, it turns out that serving the court isn't exactly a bed of roses. I spend days sitting in a huge chamber with the other bookkeepers. We check and double check the treasury's expenditures as though there were some hope of finding money that isn't there. You tear a piece of paper with your quill, and the chief bookkeeper roars like a wounded mouse, or moose. He might even give you a box on the ear as though you were a schoolboy. We all sleep in the same room, but they say whoever gets past the first probationary year will be transferred to the palace grounds and even allowed to start a family. I'm just worried they'll replace all the servants with someone more well-mannered and nicer for the Arcanians to look at. There are rumors. They treat us like garden tools. All they care about is that you do your job and don't cause any trouble. I haven't seen our good lords even once. They're probably too busy comparing their magnificent family trees or dusting off the heirlooms they're so enamored with. Well, I did bump into a delegation on my way out of the palace once. I barely had time to hide behind a corner to keep out of their sight. The procession looked very nice. all white horses and carriages, but the Arcanians who arrived were way too straight-laced and wore strange long robes. They say it was Luke, the patriarch of Arcania, on his way to a meeting with Junius Diamant, the head of the Austinian church. Both Luke and Junius are up to some strange business that sounds almost like heresy. People say they have followed in Patriarch Photis' footsteps and abandoned Aseatis? Whatever. Teachings. Apparently they don't follow the lots. They reinterpret the scriptures, and they even let commoners read holy books. And, like all rot, that pestilence makes its way down to us lowborn folk. Even when the higher-ups remind the youngsters about their lot, they just smirk when they think no one's looking. Someone really needs to put the fear of the gods into them. It's so bad. I once saw someone reading the Holy Scriptures at night. He stashed the book and tried to convince me he'd just taken his work to bed with him. Likely story. The food's not great either. We had fish soup yesterday. Can't really call it a chowder since there was barely any trace of the fish left in the broth. That's to be expected, I guess. They say all those factories have polluted the river in a turnout beyond recognition. No good fish to be found here now. The good lords and ladies must have it delivered in ice or something, and then we get the fish guts soon. I miss you, my friend. I know life can get hectic, but please remember to write back and say hello to your sister for me. Twins willing, we will see each other again. Best wishes, Edric. Now again, I think I mentioned that in the demo as well. I'm wondering what canon is going to end up happening, or even if Sir Bronte is going to matter in the end. Because depending on how you play things, he can either be really important or not. The sticks make a clacking sound as they collide. Emil rolls forward, trying to hit your legs. Today, the two of you are valiant knights caught on the opposite sides of an attack against a Turner. Lowborn people aren't allowed to fight, but this is just a game. Emil assured you it's not against his lot. The vacant lot you found is the perfect place for a fight. Apparently, nobles used to have real duels here before the band. This is the first time you've ventured so far from the palace. You wonder whether the secret chancellery agent assigned to you is still watching. Will he intervene if he deems the game too dangerous? Martha watches the fight, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. You catch her eye and in an attempt to show off, make a daring jab at Emil's arm. Martha gasps in fright. You purse your lips. It's only natural that Martha values Emil more, since they know each other before they met you. You'll always be the newcomer in your little group. Their bond must be much stronger than yours. But then Martha turns to you. Her smile makes the anxious thoughts vanish into thin air. You abandon your play fight when you hear the sound of hooves approaching the clearing. There are 6 riders, their mounts leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Without saying a word to each other, you and your friends scurry behind a tree, ready to watch the proceedings avidly. The riders dismount. Their clothes look expensive and they have swords attached to their belts. Everyone looks anxious but solemn. One of the nobles ceremonially asks if the other 2 might settle their dispute peacefully. You're in luck. This is a real court of honor. A young officer with puffy sideburns proclaims excitedly that he doesn't want anyone to die, but will not change his mind about marrying his opponent's sister. They're in love, and they refuse to let the Ocorvius' conceit stand in the way of their happiness. Good lord. His opponent, a handsome nobleman with bright blue eyes and a streak of gray in his hair, shakes his head as the younger man speaks. Your family are nobles of the mantle, your title earned prematurely after a few years in the military academy. You were born a commoner and took the sacrament of the lash. Your children will not inherit your noble title. They will live the commoner's lot. My sister's family, which you're insistent on marrying into, are nobles of the sword. Our title has been passed down from father to son for 100 years. You may have earned an honorable title, good sir, but you have no ancestors living in your blood tide. You are utterly alone, while I have the valor and skill of all generation of El Corviosis at my back. You do not stand a chance. You'll be wise to withdraw from this duel. The officer with the sideburns objects fervently. His noble status is no worse than El Corviosis, and he earned it by proving his worth. While it might be true that he wasn't raised a nobleman, he knows a thing or two about honor and cannot possibly withdraw now. The officer realizes that he is outmatched, but prefers death to dishonor. Sighing, the arbiter declares that the duel will be fought to the lesser death. These men have failed to find a just outcome to their dispute, so the court of honor will now determine which of them is right. The opponents retreat to the proper distance, saluting each other. The duel is over before it even begins. The noble of the sword evades the young officer's strike with effortless ease. The officer freezes, his face rapidly losing color. A blade is sticking out of his back. As the would-be groom slumps to the dusty ground, his body begins to dissolve into silvery mist. The arbiter declares that the El Corvioses have won the dispute. The nobles leave in silence. What a shame. The guy was so plucky and so much in love. He's lucky it was just a lesser death, though. He'll be reborn in the city temple in the morning. If they duel to the true death, he'd be over and done with forever. I wonder what happens to the souls of the nobles in the hereafter. Do they face the twins' judgment, or do they remain in the blood tide, watching over their descendants? Father Joseph says all souls, without exception, go to the shining pillar. The blood tides preserve only the legacy of nobles' ancestors. Arcanians and hereditary nobles can hear the voices of their lineage, granting them the wisdom and strength of past generations. But these are memories stored in the blood, not souls. Emil isn't listening to Martha. He points his stick at you, his head held high. His eyes burn with rapturous awe as he mimics the officer's tone. My noble status is no worse than yours, and unlike you, I earned it. Nothing you say or do will make me stop loving your sister. Scrunching up his face, Emil pushed his hair down to imitate sideburns. Apparently, you're supposed to protect the honor of all nobles of the sword and your sister in particular, since your friend has decided to play the role of the paramour. If your conceited family thinks I'm not good enough, then I'll challenge you to a duel. Prepare yourself. You give him a haughty smirk, reminding Emil about the generation of ancestors at your back. Emil is doomed. Suddenly, Martha grabs your hand and leans over to you, whispering in your ear. Can't you just let him win, Darren? You know Emil's been having a rough time of late. I'll hate for the two of you to fight for real. Just let Emil have this one, okay? He really needs it. Please? Emil holds his sword at the ready, eager to start the fight. Should you listen to Martha and let your friend win, or should you win in a fair fight? You are stronger after all. Maybe you have some feelings you can no longer keep silent about. You explain how much your friends mean to you. The last thing you want is for the three of you to quarrel. I would have needed some passion in order to do that. I can give the fight my all, or I can let Emil win. Sorry, Emil, gonna whoop your ass this time. You shake your head before charging into battle. Emil gives the fight his all, but you're faster and stronger. He misses a hit to the midsection, then another to the shoulder, and then a good jab to the chest. Your sticks clack as they hit each other. Emil grunts with effort and takes one step back after another one of your barrages of blows. Finally, you swipe your stick under your opponent's knees to land him in the dust. You both know it's over. Emil forces out something about needing to go home, his teeth clenched, and leaves. Just as your friend's resentments begin to make a prickly feeling settle in the pit of your stomach, Martha touches your arm. It's too bad Emil got so upset. He's such a sore loser. But since he's gone, why don't we spend the rest of the day together? I don't want to be alone. You were so brave, like a real nobleman. Here, let me clean your bruises. Then we can go for a little walk, okay? Martha gently takes your arm. She spends the whole evening taking care of you. You thought she might be upset at you for not granting her request, but she seems to have let it go. She kisses you softly on the cheek as the evening ends. It's a bit of a shame about Emil, but to the winner goes the spoils. Yeah, fuck you, Emil. Last time I did that, I got screwed. I guess I didn't really care that much, but eh. A tall nobleman with a bushy mustache and a prickly gaze escorts you to Emil's house, then finally disappears from view. Cornelius tells you this is for your safety. He won't even consider leaving you unsupervised. The constant chaperoning disturbs you. Every chance you get to escape it, however brief, brings you joy. You rap insistently on Emil's door. You're eager to show him the scrape on your forehead you got falling off the old apple tree, and ask why he hasn't been around for a few days. Even Martha has no idea what's going on with him. A friendlier, stocky man in a carpenter's apron opens the door. It's Emil's father, Alfred. Smiling, he wipes the sweat from his forehead and offers you his calloused hand. Hello, Darren. Emil's out right now, but please come in anyway. We're always happy to have guests. You can wait for Emil inside. As soon as you step inside, you're accosted by the cries of Emil's 3 younger siblings, 2 sisters and a brother. The father of the family gives a good-natured chuckle and tells you that he promised to carve a toy horse for his children once he's done with work. You can't wait to see how it's done. Alfred takes you into his workshop. The furniture is of solid quality, clearly handcrafted by the man himself. The workshop has a wide workbench with a variety of tools laid out on it. The smell of fresh wood shavings fills the room. Take a look at my current project. In a week, this statue of the elder will adorn our chapel. You walk forward to take a closer look. The statue is still a work in progress, but you can make out the beginnings of its divine features even now, its face magnificence and love. There's a big leather-bound book by the statue with Lives of the Twins embossed on its cover. You arch your eyebrow surprised. Everyone knows that only the clergy are allowed to read the sacred scriptures. Interpreting the divine word and teaching the will of the twins to people is their lot in life. To all others, it is forbidden. I can tell you didn't expect to see a holy book here, but how are we supposed to know what the gods expect of us if we don't make the effort to study their word? Patriarch Photis teaches us that we all need to find our path to the twins. The lots were written by Saint Isotaeus and represents his personal path. The twins never actually gave us any rules to live by. Alfred lovingly scrapes an engraver's burren down the wooden folds of the sculpture's clothing. That's when the door to the workshop slams open, admitting Emil. A grim-looking priest in a black velvet robe follows him in. A silver cross enclosed in a circle dangles over the man's broad chest. It is the symbol of the twins. Please come in, Father Joseph. He's here. Dad keeps saying scary, foolish things all the time. He lies to me and my younger siblings, dooming us all to eternal suffering at the foot of the pillar. He won't listen to me. Please make him see reason. Please don't let him damn my sibling's soul. I don't want them to suffer." The priest's stern eyes scan the room before piercing the man of the house. His booming voice fills the workshop. "I can see that you've abandoned the path outlined for you, Alfred. A layman shouldn't seek to learn the God's designs, for that is the lot of the clergy. Don't you know that failure to follow your lot leads to eternal suffering at the foot of the shining pillar? You cannot atone for your sins or receive forgiveness. The younger will judge you your guilt and mete out your punishment. You have trespassed against the will of the twins, Alfred. You are aware of the consequences your actions would have had for your soul, but I will not let you poison the minds of innocent children. They must not be subjected to your appalling, ruinous words any longer. They must toil and suffer, as all low-born people do. Only through obedience to their lot will they be saved from eternal torment and find bliss at the peak of the shining pillar." Emil's father looks up at the priest towering over him. His voice trembles, full of defiance and yearning for justice. But the teachings of the lots were written by Isateas, a commoner. He showed us one path, but it's not the only one. Patriarch Photis says that everyone needs to find their own path to the twins, just like Isateas did. Aside from the younger's law, there's also the elder's law, the elder's love. It graces everyone, be they clergy or lowborn, which means that anyone can strive to understand the gods better, to become closer to them. There is no equality between the estates, nor can there ever be. Come closer, boy. Give me your hand. The priest is talking to you, his eyes trained on your forehead. He pulls out a thin silver slab and begins whispering a prayer. A warm glow fills the room, and you recognize echoes of the divine grace you felt in the Temple of the Twins. The silver in Father Joseph's hand crumbles away into glittering motes of dust. You touch your forehead and are amazed to feel smooth, healthy skin. The scrape is gone. Let the grace of the twins silence the voice of heresy in your confused heart, Alfred. If everyone is born equal, then why can a servant of the gods like me perform miracles, and you, a simple layman, cannot? The man of the house is silent and dejected. A pleased smirk splits the priest's face for a moment, but his voice sounds strict and powerful when he speaks. You have failed to save yourself, but think of your children. Have you any right to risk their fate in this life or the hereafter? The sinners at the foot of the pillar writhe in searing flame and freeze in biting cold at the same time. Their souls are torn apart in agony and despair. The children are trembling with fear. They grasp their father's hand and beg him not to doom them to eternal suffering, their eyes filled with terror. Alfred clenches his fist in impotent despair. There are tears in his eyes too. Despondent, he looks up at the unfinished statue of the elder. Stop this. The twins wouldn't have created us just to suffer. I cannot believe that there is no hope for those of us who seek the God's mercy. These pathetic moans of a doomed sinner do not deserve an answer. You've made your bed, but there is still hope for your children. Come with me, little ones, and you will be saved. Clutching at Joseph's robe, the children follow the priest out of the workshop. Alfred's body is racked by sobs. He doesn't even try to hold back the tears. Emil watches his despairing father, his childish face contorted by hurt and betrayal. Words fail him. He turns to go, but addresses you before he leaves. Let's get out of here, Darren. You can come to the sermon with us. Emil holds his hand out to you. You can hear his father sobbing behind you. I mean, I do kind of want some scholarship, and it's kind of been fucking Emil this entire time, so, I mean, I guess I can go ahead and stay with Alfred. You refuse the offer. Emil leaves without saying another word, and you turn to face his father. Seeing a grown-up sob like that makes your chest constrict with pity. You ask Alfred to explain why he doesn't believe the priest. The man wipes his face with his sleeve like a child before giving you an incredulous look. My gods are kind and merciful. Isateas are cruel and indifferent. They are neither compassionate nor wise, but more importantly, they don't care about any of us. If all the younger does is punish people for their crimes, he's nothing more than an executioner, right? And if the elder forces his love on people whether they want it or not, how is he any different from a rapist? The twins that priest was talking about make people suffer all their lives and doom them to eternal damnation in the hereafter. That's just not right. The gods can't be like that. If they are, our life is meaningless. There's another type of clergy, those who preach the new faith. They know that the world can't possibly be built on such hopeless cruelty. Our priests can work miracles too. That means they are no less true than the fathers of the old faith. Even though his family has abandoned him, you see a spark of hope ignite in the broken man's red eyes. The crudely carved face of the elder watches you both mournfully. No matter who is right in this situation, it's clear that faith can both destroy lives and give strength to the weary. You say goodbye once Alfred is done talking. The conversation leaves you wondering if you can find your own path to the twins. Where will your path take you if you don't have a lot? You say goodbye once Alfred is done talking. The conversation leaves you wondering if you can find your own path to the twins. Where will your path take you if you don't have a lot? On the Dangers of Progress, Eternal Weekly, issue number 4 of the year 1130. We cannot remain silent about the flagrant violations of our traditions, customs, and rules forced upon us by Cornelius Tempus in the 6th year since he replaced Tarquinius Melanatus as the Great Chancellor. We expected the Emperor's brother to put the profiteers and commoners running rampant in the Empire in their place, restore age-old traditions, and support the Arcanian nobility. But instead, what do we see? Year after year, the Arcanians' standing gets progressively shakier as their God-given rights are called into question. Every new law surpasses the last in its madness. The Great Chancellor's latest project encroaches upon the principle of estate-based lots, the very bedrock of our empire. A low-born man isn't meant to rule or wage war. That is the nobleman's lot. That seems like such an obvious premise, doesn't it? Even a legion soldier knows that, so he submits to the highborn officers and accepts his role as an obedient tool in the hands of the nobility. Commoners allow themselves to be used for war like mindless swords, meekly carrying out orders so as not to go beyond the lot assigned to them. And yet Cornelius Tempus has established lesser quorums in the provinces to be filled with noble gentry, as well as wealthy commoners who have proven to be proficient in economic matters. Commoners are now participating in the rule of our empire. Just think about it. Money-grubbing merchants and industrialists are making decisions about the Archduke's taxes. Where will we end up after a few more years of Tempest reign? Before long, his absurd decisions will have people whose back remember the last standing on par with the Arcanians. Centuries-old traditions will be trampled by a crowd of unwashed riffraff. On behalf of all the Emperor's concerned subjects, we entreat the Arcanian Tribune Goris Monroe to heed our call. It is his duty to rise to the defense of reason and tradition if the Great Chancellor has switched sides. Tension, tension, tension. Oh, rebellion is up by 1. I don't remember that being a stat, but makes sense. This event is triggered by your previous actions. Management greater than or equal to 3. Scholarship greater than or equal to 3. So I have 4 and 5. I think I had this the last time around too. Your quill pen makes scratching noises as it flits across the paper. The towering piles of dusty books, long scrolls, tally sheets, and letters take up almost all the space on your wide desk. You're helping Ferdinand with an assignment on the financial status of the Empire. Ferdinand sits next to you, absent-mindedly stroking the pages. The faraway look in his eyes suggests that he's not actually reading. I wonder if any of us can choose our fate. Does a person's name affect their path in life? Take Darren, for example. It's the name of a character from my favorite novel. Did I ever tell you? He's the main character's loyal friend who turns out to be just a mirror in the end. But when Darren reached out to touch him, the reflection met his stare with a sad smile. You reply that this is all very interesting, but you would appreciate it if your friend Ferdinand would stop dragging his feet. Cornelius has trusted the two of you with a large, complex assignment that requires you to cross-reference a large number of sources and perhaps even draw conclusions not mentioned in the official reports. There will be a big reception soon. You will deliver a report to the distinguished guests. Your mentor told you several times that this event is very important and urged you to prepare well. Ferdinand, however, is not at all inclined to help you. His head is in the clouds. You're right. I just find it hard to concentrate on these dusty papers when there are so many things worthy of our attention out there. Don't you think assignments like this are a waste of your skills and time? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that Cornelius cares about our education. The assignments he gives us are getting more and more difficult, but we're coping with them well. But I feel like we're frittering our lives away with these boring affairs of the court. It's unbearable. There's a whole wide world out there waiting to be explored. We shouldn't be cooped up in here, poring over dead numbers and endless legalese. How is that a good use of our talents? Should these financial reference books and dusty old catalogs be the limit of our ambitions? I say it's best to explore and change the world instead of just serving it. Wouldn't you agree? You shrug, not sure what to say. All your great plans and ambitions for this evening boil down to a night out with Martha and Emil. They recently got their hands on a barrel of apple schnapps and invited you to try it together. Ferdinand sounds so passionate when he speaks about his calling in life. But what is your calling? It comes as an unpleasant surprise when you realize you don't really have a dream or even a concrete plan for your future. While you're still lost in thought, Ferdinand slams a palm against the wooden desk and it continues his passionate speech. No, I don't know about you, but I'm not squandering my talent on other people's affairs. It's high time I listened to my heart and went after my own dreams. They're going to dissect the living person in the anatomical theater tonight. It's called vivisection. The man will suffer a lesser death, but just imagine the knowledge we'll obtain by witnessing the inner workings of his body. I'm going there. You can keep doing Cornelius's work if you want, but if you ask me, you'd better follow your own desires. You freeze in indecision as your eyes land on a line you failed to finish. Ferdinand's dream is quite contagious. It would be so exciting to witness a scientific breakthrough. But you promised to finish the report, and isn't studying the best way to invest in your future? Then again, if you listen to your heart, what could be better than spending the night with your friends? Okay, I can leave with Ferdinand. That will give me some scholarship, and it will increase my relationship with him. I can stay and finish the assignment, increase my relationship with Cornelius Tempest, or I can meet up with Emil and Martha and increase my relationship with them. Maybe one of these times, but this time I'm going to stay and finish the assignment as well. I think I do want to stay on this path, at least as far as this goes, but maybe the next time around I'll be more passionate and try and do stuff. You tell Ferdinand that you're staying to finish the report. Cornelius has trusted you with an important task and you can't afford to let him down. You want to be thorough and live up to your mentor's expectation. Ferdinand hesitates, then leaves with a sigh. You return to your books. You feel bitter about missing out on both a get-together with your friends and the experiment, but the sacrifice adds a hint of heroic martyrdom to your studies. It's something to be proud of. Absorbed by your work, you completely lose track of time and look up from the papers only when you hear footsteps approaching. You two should be just about done by now. I hope I'll find that I made the right call by trusting you with the Empire's financial report. The importance of this task cannot be overstated. But where is Ferdinand? You hesitate before admitting that Ferdinand left. Your mentor purses his lips in disappointment, but chooses not to comment. Trying not to feel too proud of yourself, you show him the results of your work. You explain that you've cross-referenced the data from several sources instead of trusting the official reports just to be safe. As you should have. You've done a fine job. So what are your conclusions? You tell Cornelius that the Empire's coffers have been depleting annually. You've managed to identify certain patterns. The Empire spends a small fortune on the Legion's upkeep, even though there hasn't been a war in centuries. This expense only serves to drain money from the treasury. Another considerable portion of gold is spent on the needs of Arcanians, both directly and indirectly. At the same time, all Arcanians are exempt from taxation and do not report the income generated by their lands or businesses. The sum spent to maintain Arcanian greatness is quite hefty, contrary to the official reports. You show Cornelius the numbers, which you've managed to find and cross-check. Not bad. I came to a similar conclusion, but it was imperative for you to follow this line of reasoning on your own. Your mentor puts a hand on your shoulder. You did well on the task I set for you. Hopefully this has given you a better understanding of the state of affairs in the Empire. Your future depends on it, but now it's time to get some rest. Cornelius Tempest gives you a nod before departing. Your thoughts wander as you put away the heavy tomes you used today. Is it possible to remedy the Treasury's complex woes without any undue upheaval? And what did Cornelius mean when he said that your future depends on what you've learned? Okay, we're almost at the end of chapter 1. Today is a big day. There's a grand reception at the palace hosted by Cornelius. His Arcanian guests have already gathered for the evening. Gentlemen sip wine from crystal glasses while ladies saunter up and down the halls, leaving trails of subtle, exquisite scent behind them. You're busy frantically practicing the speech you prepared for the occasion. Your mentor plans to address the audience himself, but he asks you to round out his speech with a report. You're supposed to demonstrate that humans and Arcanians need to work together to better their shared future in the Empire. Cornelius has told you time and again how important your part is. You need to pelt the audience with facts, examples, and evidence, planting the seed of doubt in the minds of even the most conservative guests. The ballroom is abuzz all around you. You see Ferdinand. He smiles and gives you an encouraging nod before returning to his conversation with an elegant Arcanian lady. Suddenly, a haughty-looking noble approaches you, a derisive sneer plastered on his face. You recognize him as Tarquinius Melanatus, the Arcanian who humiliated Martha's parents when you were having dinner together. His smile looks just as sinister as it did that day. Cornelius has pinned a lot of hopes on you despite the fact that you're nothing but a half-baked youth. How reckless of him. Don't feel sad when the audience laughs you out of the room. This burden is simply too much for someone like you. The fault for your imminent failure lies solely with your mentor. Heat rushes to your face, but you grit your teeth and force out a smile. At a high society function such as this, conflict must be avoided at all costs. A bell rings and the whole room goes quiet. All eyes are on Cornelius, who has just joined the gathering. Your mentor takes the small podium in the center of the hall and stands there with a benevolent smile, his eyes slowly scanning the audience. He seems to have stepped straight out of a portrait, with his hair slicked back, his godlike brow on full display, and his high-collared embroidered tailcoat emphasizing his flawless posture. Cornelius's attendants must have spent hours on his appearance. Greetings, my friends. It's a joy to behold so many noble guests gathered today. I welcome the heads of the great houses, their esteemed families, and all the distinguished Arcanians to our soiree. Only those who decide the fate of our empire are present tonight. It's an honor to entertain you all. Our realm has been making strides in many areas of late. Progress is inevitable. It's sign evident to everyone by now. Science keeps forging ahead. Take gunpowder, for example. This invention has allowed us to mine deep underground, increasing our yield of silver and other valuable minerals many times over. The streets of Eterna and its newer houses are now lit with gas. The capital will soon consider candlelight and torches a thing of the past. And science isn't our only area of growth. Day by day, our lives are changing to meet the needs of the Empire's loyal subjects. The lesser quorums are now in full operation, which means that we collect more money in taxes and spend it more efficiently. Arcanians are the Empire's elite. By spearheading these changes and taking charge of progress, we'll be able to lead the realm to an era of prosperity beyond our ancestors' wildest dreams. The role of humans in our society is also subject to change. If Arcanians support these changes, our shared future could be truly great. Cornelius's speech goes on for a while. You check your notes as you listen, nervous about your own part. A servant suddenly touches your elbow. You whip around in annoyance. It will be your turn to go on stage soon. Who decided it was alright to distract you and why? The servant hands you a note before stepping aside with a slight bow. You unfold the piece of paper impatiently. This is Martha's handwriting. Dear Darren, the butler just came to tell us that my parents are being moved out of the palace compound. Emil and the little ones have been ordered to vacate the grounds immediately as well. They say the order comes from the great chancellor himself, and there's nothing we can do about it. We're leaving today. Sorry if my handwriting is hard to read. I'm in a hurry helping Mom pack. We're leaving Eterna, and we might never see each other again. This hurts me terribly, but I want to at least say goodbye. Come see us as soon as you can. I hope you can make it. You feel a lump rise in your throat. Blinking in an effort to hold back tears, you fold the note back up. So that's what Cornelius had in mind when he talked about the coming changes and the refined, cultured humans who might shift the Arcanians' attitude towards the human race. Your friends seem to have become collateral damage from the great changes your mentor is planning. You still have the chance to see them, or maybe even stop them from leaving. But what about your speech? You spent days preparing for it, and Cornelius has emphasized its importance numerous times. Okay. Yep. Sorry, friends, I will be delivering a well thought out speech. You jot down some words of encouragement on the back of Martha's note, promising to come as soon as you can. You ask her to wait for you. Just as you hand the note to the servant, Cornelius announces your presentation. But don't just take my word for it. All my claims can be proven with facts, and my mentee is prepared to present you with irrefutable evidence. You take the podium and begin your report. The pressure makes your palms sweat. You have the most important parts written down, but you've read them so many times, you know them by heart. You deliver a report on the latest inventions. Workers in Illyria have mastered the purification of iron. This breakthrough now lets the Empire create highly durable steel that is impervious to rust. You report on new laws drafted by Imperial College graduates, approved by the prefecture. These laws are now in use throughout the Empire. You declare that the Empire's future will be shared between Arcanians and humans. One of the nobles gives you a disdainful sneer. Arcanians already dress humans in their clothes, give them noblemen's swords, and put their names in the blue book, he taunts. What's next? Should the great houses put their ancestors' mask on humans and seek their counsel? You react with a calm shrug. Humans have abandoned their ancient barbaric customs in favor of Arcanian culture. It would be remiss to blame them for being good students and Arcanians for being good teachers. This gives the dissenter pause, while the other guests nod in agreement. You round out your speech by stressing that the shared future of humans and Arcanians depends on the people gathered here tonight. Arcanians need to spearhead the changes in the Empire and lead humans into a better society. The end of your speech is met with thunderous applause. You see nobles nodding to you in respect. You hear approval in their voices. When you descend from the podium, Cornelius gives you a clap on the shoulder. He's genuinely proud of you. Your triumph is intoxicating. The countless hours spent poring over books have finally paid off. This night has shown you the shape of the future your mentor has been telling you about. You thank everyone who offers you their hand to shake before hastily slipping out of the room. You still need to see your friends before they leave. You run along the dark streets is short-lived. You're forced to stop at the palace square, panting and out of breath when you see a procession of carts loaded with gloomy people and their worldly possessions slowly disappearing down a dark alley. The old servants are leaving the city. Try as you might to find Martha or Emil in the throng of carts, your friends are nowhere to be found. You start running towards Martha's house. The house stands abandoned, the cupboards inside gaping black and empty. There are household items strewn haphazardly all over the floor. The cat your friend's family left behind rubs against your leg with a sad meow. The note you sent to Martha lies on the table, unopened. Teacher's pet, you lived up to your mentor's hopes. Rude? And now I'm fin to get screwed, hopefully to a greater future. You are awoken by the quiet sound of footsteps outside your door. Cornelius enters your room, his face deathly serious. You sit up in your bed, rubbing the sleep from your eyes. You're about to ask about the reason for this sudden visit, but your mentor beats you to the punch. Wake up, Darren. The night of your making has come. You're no fool. I think you've worked quite a lot of things out by now. For instance, why you have no lot, why no one ever talks about your parents, and why we Arcanians have taken such a keen interest in you. I took you on as my mentee to prepare you for your real life, and you are finally ready. Your mentor's figure looms over you like the ancient monster from the Tempest banners. Darren, you will be killed tonight. Your heart skips a beat, and your breath catches in your throat. This is clearly not a joke, but you struggle to wrap your head around what your mentor has just said. You want to object, but the words stick in your suddenly parched throat. Your body had to grow and get strong enough to handle the blood tide. It will fill you, dissolve you. Today is the day of your death, and the day of your true birth as an Arcanian and the heir to the Empire. Arcanians tend to keep their children behind closed doors until the rite of passage. There's no point in investing your time and effort into someone who will die in the blood tide, making way for their real self. Blood is what grants Arcanians their strength, knowledge, and greatness. But I don't like to rely solely on blood. I wanted you to have the ability to withstand the tide. I felt it is important that you grow as a person, form your own opinions, have a will of your own. You had to be prepared for the future of the blessed Arcanian Empire when it lies in your hands. You are the son of Emperor Uthar II. Your true name is Jerian Tempest. Let the color of your skin not fool you. You are not human like your friend Emil, nor a bastard like your brother Ferdinand. Your mother, Servilia, gave you one of her lives. You are a pure-blooded Arcanian, and only those like you can take into themselves the legacy of the blood tide. I wanted the years you spent among humans to remain with you, that you might know not only the Arcanian world, but also the human world, that the blood tide would not swallow you utterly, and that some trace of the boy called Jerian would endure in the heir to the throne. I know you are frightened. You do not want to die and would rather be reborn a common man, far from the capital. Live somewhere in Magra, quarrel with your brothers, protect your sister, go to school with a neighbor boy. That is not your fate. You must experience death and make way for Jerian Tempest. In this, you have no choice, but I've done all I could for you. I hope that, as heir, you will retain at least a part of what I've taught you, Jerian. You break out in cold sweat as a shiver runs down your spine. Is there really nothing you can do? Is this really the end? Servants help you put on a strange, completely white garb before leading you after Cornelius. Your mentor is silent. The only sounds that fill the empty hallways are your echoing footsteps. You follow Cornelius, your legs weak as you descend the winding staircases of the palace and enter the cold family crypt. You see stone columns looming in the shadows. Dragon statues bare their teeth at you. Torchlight flickers across the faces frozen on the walls, the death mask of the Tempests, the great ancestors of the ruling family. There's a large stone altar in a niche carved into one of the walls. Beside it stands Emperor Uthar Tempest II, in the flesh. He holds a golden chalice and a lavishly decorated knife. You take an involuntary step backward, but Cornelius' strong hand on your shoulder prevents you from retreating any further. Suddenly, an imposing Arcanian lady appears right next to you. You only catch a glimpse of her face. That is enough to recognize her as Empress Servilia, your mother. She grips your shoulder like a vice as she forces you to kneel at the altar. Your knees buckle without resistance. You're powerless against this woman's surprising strength. Emperor Uthar drags the blade across his palm first. Blue blood wells up in his cupped hand, several droplets falling into the chalice. Mesmerized, you can only watch them bubble up and expand, spilling over like a tide. The stream of blood paints the entire altar blue. As the Emperor lets his blood flow freely, the death masks on the wall open their mouth in silent screams, blue blood pouring from their waxy maws and eye sockets. The ichor streams down the altar, cascading from the walls and columns and pooling on the floor by your knees. Let the blood tide accept my son, blood of my blood. Let my son become part of the Tempest blood tide. Servilia runs a gentle hand through your hair, but then her grip turns punishing and she forces your head backwards. The Emperor holds his bloody knife to your throat. A scream of terror and pain is wrenched from somewhere deep inside you. You feel cold steel bite into your flesh. Your hot red blood gushes down the front of your garment. You choke, unable to scream or even breathe. Desperate hands press against the wound, but your strength leaves you with every passing second. Your body slumps onto the stone floor as its lifeblood pulses out of it. You try to cry out, but the solid stream of blue Tempest blood fills your every orifice. The tide is so high, it covers you completely. You drown in its fathomless depths. All you can see is the cold blue void. Something breaks inside of you as the wave strikes you. You're like a scraped piece of clay in a potter's hands, squashed and reshaped by the power of the hundreds of generations contained in the blood tide. You hear whispers, the sound barely there at first. Other voices soon join the first. The sounds build up to a discordant cacophony, growing progressively louder. Your head pounds. The voices are tearing you apart. Your ancestors demand that you open your mind to the blood tide, become one with it, disappear into it without a trace. Darren must die. You are an Arcanian now. You are Jerian Tempest. Your blood could grant you almost limitless power, unless you resist. Is sacrificing your entire life up to this point worth that kind of power? Do you value what has happened to you? Or was it just a means to an end, a path that has led you here? Do you have anyone you truly care about? Anyone worth fighting for? Or is melding with your ancestors, joining the blood tide that is your birthright, your only way forward? And of course, I can't resist the blood tide. The blood tide rushes through you, granting you its full might, good God, but dissolving you in the process. And in order to, what would I have needed? I would have needed the event Unbreakable Bond. So I'm guessing I would have needed to be more friendly with my friends. The blood tide rushes into you, shattering your identity into tiny pieces. It melts the fragments like acid, crushes and stretches them, leaving you empty, and then it fills the void with its own essence. You let go, allowing the blood tide to consume you and carry you away. Your mind clears after a while. Darren is dead. You are now who you were supposed to become all along. You are Jerian Tempest, the heir to the throne of the blessed Arcanian Empire. Your previous life feels alien and distant, as if you simply read about it in some book. The memories are more shadow of what they were just minutes ago. Cornelius's teachings, the endless lessons with Ferdinand, your touching friendship with Emil, the affection you felt for Martha. Everything that seemed so important before now feels utterly, absurdly pointless. The doubts you once felt about the future are no more. Your fate is set in stone. The human life you led was just a step along the path to your real Arcanian life. You found all the answers you were looking for. The power of your ancestors run through your veins, giving you all the support you need. You get up from the floor, standing tall and proud. You feel invincible. The blood tide will always be a part of you, just as you are now a part of it. All the Tempests who have ever lived stand with you. You are the heir of the blood tide, its continuation. Your life is rooted in ancient times, but still represents the Empire's new era. You are the tip of a spear that pierces through time. All right, so we have blood versus will. And I'm going to guess that I'm just not going to be able to resist certain things. Your childhood is over, as is your previous life. You have died and been reborn. What will your life look like now that you are an Arcanian and the heir to Great House Tempest? You don't know, but you're eager to start this new chapter of your story, spurred on by your dreams and aspirations. The knowledge and abilities that allow you to overcome various challenges. So yeah, this is just a summary of my stats and stuff going forward. Alright, I've completed the first chapter and learned your true name. I will continue on So we have the heir, the great censor, the creed, and the millennial senate. So let's continue.
The blood rises to your throat. It holds the memory of the Empire. It holds the voices of your ancestors. The blood tide gave you life. Look upon those whose blood you bear. The Emperor, your father, his throne lofty, his crown heavy. Your uncle, Cornelius, seeking renewal among the old ways. Noble Gaius, in the past, he sees a path to the future. Servilia, your mother, the masks of your ancestors in her hands. Behind her, a millennial void. Its silence remembers all. The Empire is your family's game. They make their moves, and the Empire's bones crack. The commoners count their coins, the Arcanians sharpen their blades, and the old men, they will never let go of their bloodlines, too. You are an important piece on this board. But you must ask yourself, do you want to remain a piece or become a player?
Okay. Hopefully this time I won't get my ass kicked in a fight. Year 1132, Chapter 2, The Heir. You are part of the great blood tide of the Tempest now, the heir to the throne of the blessed Arcanian Empire. But what does that mean for you? Will the Tempest treat you like family? Will you be able to live up to their lofty expectations? Or will you devote your life to the Empire from the very beginning and become a servant of the people? Will the refined Arcanian world accept you, or will you remain an outcast forever? Okay, so the story ends. Emptiness. You destroyed your own mind and madness consumed you. Oh, if my sanity goes all the way down. Great. This heir. Pater Familia. You become the head of House Tempest. Your family trusts you to shape the future of your dynasty. I basically need to have everybody's stats greater than or equal to 4. I've already gotten that with Cornelius, so there's that. It's just my mom and my dad. The oath. You swore an unbreakable oath of loyalty and unity to the Tempest bloodline to reinforce your bond. Good God. So my will has to be less than 7. It's at a 4 right now. Gaius Tempest, and basically everybody else has to be greater than or equal to 3. So this is just, I guess, the lesser version of that. Heir to the Empire. You promised the Arcanians that you would protect your age-old traditions. They expect a Tempest who will honor his ancestors' legacy. So my love has to be less than 7. I'm at a 5 right now. The Great House's opinion of me has to be greater than or equal to 14. Or my diplomacy has to be greater than or equal to 10. I'm at a 12 and a 2. So I don't know how in the world I would gain that much in that short of time. Distinguished Arcanians has to be greater than or equal to 14. I'm at a 12. Or management has to be 10. And I'm at a 4. Old faith clergy has to be greater than or equal to 14. Okay, so basically, I guess this route would have been achievable if, well, I can still achieve this, I think. But if I wanted to achieve it going the other way, I would have needed to have very high stats, and I wouldn't have had to have the penalty for being loyal to the blood. You gave the humans hope that the Empire will change. They expect you to take the throne and implement necessary reforms. Okay. And this is if I kind of keep on the path and help the humans out. Beloved by all. You became a symbol of unity when you declared that the Empire will become a worthy home for both Arcanians and humans. Now, this is somewhat within my range, so I could actually do this. I would prefer to do that. We'll see how easy or hard that is to do. Personal drives. Order of the Lesser Branch. You let Servilia turn the Order of the Lesser Branch into something House Tempest will be able to rely on. Okay. She can't have Shattered Hopes. And Servilia Tempest has to be greater than or equal to 3, and my blood has to be greater than or equal to 8. Again, this is possible, so we'll see. Expedition Fleet. You let Ferdinand create an expedition fleet to explore the farthest reaches of the world. Okay, I don't have Shattered Hopes with Ferdinand. I just need to get more logic for that. And the pilgrimage. You let Uther leave the palace to embark on a secret pilgrimage to the Silver Tree. Okay. 3 and 8. So I wonder if it's possible for me to achieve all of these. Because I know usually a lot of times, like, you couldn't achieve everything, but you could achieve like maybe one of these. But so far it seems like if you have the right stats, you could probably achieve all of these, but only one of these, which makes sense because they appeal to different things. Okay, we'll see. I would like it if I can complete all of these though. Resources. Jerian's strength of will. He can tap into it and turn the tide in a given situation, or even overcome his own convictions in order to achieve the outcome he desires. My sanity is 5, and the legacy of the Tempests is 15. Okay, so it's pretty high right now. Opens blue lock. Interesting. A non-replenishable reserve of mental fortitude that allows you to act counter to your personality. Opens red locks. Okay, so right now my sanity is 5. But if this goes down, oh, that's not great. Okay. Empire status, the political order that determines the current state of affairs in the Empire, as well as the power of the various estates. Okay, so everything is kind of still going right now, but rebellion is at a 2. Let's see, it can be a revolution, disturbances, or unrest. All right. And the estates. Primary social strata of this world, their power and loyalty will determine the future of the Tempests as well as the Empire as a whole. Okay, the great houses are at a 22, Distinguished Arcanians at 16. So it seems like a lot of the new stuff is doing a lot better than, well, no, because the great houses are the only one that's more powerful. The old faith is more powerful than the new faith. And the human nobility is not as powerful as the commoners. I would like to balance these two. Maybe bring the new faith in and try to do something for the commoners, but we'll see how that goes. You examine your old bedroom, curious to see it in a new light. For a time, it was your whole world. While the furnishings have stayed exactly the same, you are now a changed man. It's time for you to leave the nest. The world has turned out to be much larger than those four walls. You close the door behind you. The great tempests of the past seem to gaze after you approvingly from their portraits. You are one of them. You belong here. This is your destiny. The rugs muffle your footsteps as you walk down the hallways. Servants bow to you along the way, eager to please. Their eyes are full of reverence, and doors that were once closed to you are now opened as soon as you approach. You can't help but smile. You step out onto a wide balcony with a beautiful view of the city. All of Eterna lies at your feet, not unlike the colorful rug of your childhood bedroom, but your gaze reaches further, to the very horizon. You have not yet been there, to those distant lands, but every province already knows of you. You stand tall as you take a slow, deep breath. You will be wise and strong enough to make the right calls. You will become a good leader. Because you are not alone, you can feel the vast ancient power lurking deep inside of you, the blood tide. The collective experience of your ancestors permeates your entire being as it flows through your veins. It will not lead you astray. I don't know about that. You finally discovered your true self. You are part of the Great Tempest line. You have a family now. People connected to you through bonds of blood. Okay, thank you for going up for absolutely no reason. The family, your family, is gathered in the fireplace lounge. All eyes turn to you as soon as you enter the room. Everyone radiates happiness as they hurry over to greet you. Empress Servilia, your mother, gives you a warm, welcoming embrace as she cups your cheek tenderly. It feels nice, but a little bit frightening, since the only time you've ever seen your mother was when you joined the Tempest blood tide. The Empress, on the other hand, seems to take your predicament in stride. Jerian, my dear, I'm so glad I could finally embrace you. You grew up without knowing about me, but I always kept you in my thoughts, and now our family has finally been reunited. This moment could not have come soon enough. Emperor Uthor looks you over, his smile full of paternal affection. I'm so proud of you, son. I've been watching your progress. I'm certain you will become a worthy heir and the subjects will love you, and when the time comes, you will ascend the throne and complete all that I have begun. Your mentor is also present. Hearing Uthor's praise, Uncle Cornelius smiles and nods in agreement. That's right, Jerian. That's right. Jerian did very well, but let's not flatter him unduly. The heir still has a long way to go and a lot of work to do. The next to approach you is Ferdinand, who looks visibly flustered. He's the black sheep at this family gathering, the only human among the Arcanians. Please forgive me, Jerian. I had to keep a lot of secrets from you, like who you really were and what would happen to you, and also the facts that I'm your half-brother and Cornelius is your uncle. It was unbearable. I'm glad it's all over. We can finally be fully honest with each other, as brothers. All this attention from relatives who weren't there throughout your entire life feels overwhelming. Noticing how lost you look, a stalky Arcanian with bright, piercing eyes comes to your rescue. This is your uncle, your other uncle, Gaius Tempest. He smiles kindly as he reproaches the rest of the family, tongue firmly in cheek. Oh yeah, he just looks like he's gonna be a bad guy. Settle down, you lot. We don't want to rip young Jerian apart, do we? Why don't we have some wine and a bit of fruit and let our long-awaited prince collect himself? You give a grateful nod to your newfound uncle. The rest of the family chuckle as they walk over to the refreshments. As they urge you to join them, you notice Cornelius leans over to Uthor and whispers in his ear. We don't have a lot of time before the Great Council, brother. I've drawn up the campaign plan we discussed previously. Please look through these papers and sign them. No, Cornelius. I'm not going to read or sign anything right now. Family time is sacred. Business will have to wait. Cornelius frowns and holds up his palm, about to object, when Servilia decides to intervene. With a gentle smile, she covers the great chancellor's palm, and the building tension dissipates. We all know how much work you put into matters of state, Cornelius, but now really isn't the time. Why don't you leave these papers with me, and I'll make sure the Emperor doesn't forget about them. You'll get your signatures tomorrow. Thank you, Servilia. In this case, or in that case, please ask Lady Monroe to pay me a visit tomorrow and bring me the papers. You look over your shoulder to find Guy speaking to Ferdinand, who is standing a little bit apart from everyone else. Please don't feel like you don't belong here. My boy, you have Tempest blood in your veins, which means that you're part of the family. You're one of us. Don't worry, Uncle Gaius. I know someone needs to remind the great Tempests what the general populace of the Empire looks like. Gaius pats Ferdinand on the shoulder with a chuckle. You still feel a bit out of your depth, so you take a sip of wine to try and relax. Servilia watches the family with a kind smile on her lips. I've called for Durant, the artist, to paint our family portrait. Now that Jerian has taken his place in the Tempest family, it's time to immortalize us for posterity. I know you will do your great ancestors proud, son. The twins themselves anointed House Tempest to rule this realm, so it's paramount that we show a united front. Today, we're going to show our entire family gathered around your father. You'll be able to look back on this day when you take the throne, just like the heroes of the past, Gladius, Eric, and Jerian I, your namesake. I'm certain our son will become a wise ruler. When the time comes, I won't have to worry as I hand over the reins to him. Yes, Jerian should be able to pick up and finish the things that we have started. He was talented in his studies and understands what changes the empires await. I expect that we'll be able to join forces and pave the way for the great reforms of the future soon enough. Don't worry, Jerian. You'll sort it all out eventually. We don't know each other all that well yet, but I can tell you're an intelligent and worthy young man. One day, I'm sure you'll set an example for the members of the great houses and the Empire's distinguished Arcanians. And if you ever find yourself struggling, we'll always be there to help. All of this feels a bit confusing. Your relatives seem to have a lot of hope and affection for you. Mere days ago, you were utterly alone, and now your family is reaching out to you, and you're free to take their preferred hand. At last, the painter is ready, and you are invited to proceed to the throne room. Today, Durant will capture the composition, the basis of the future painting. Emperor Uther takes the throne. Servilia stands to his right, under the great snarling dragon of the Tempest banner. Cornelius and Gaius take their places to his left. You notice that Ferdinand has paused by the door, gazing at the rest of the family with longing. The painter asks you to take your place as well, but where is it exactly? You know how important details like this are. Every single member of your family wants you to choose them right now. Of course. Okay, so I can stand next to my father and get a +1. I can stand next to my mother and get a +1. I can stand next to my mentor and get a +1. Or I can bring Ferdinand into the picture and get a +1 with Ferdinand and Gaius. I'll get +1 love, but -1 law. And I think I'll do this because I haven't really done a whole lot with Ferdinand, and I think this will kind of balance out the family later on. I don't need to do anything with Cornelius right now. His is already high. So yeah, let's bring Ferdinand into the picture. Ferdinand is part of the family. He's your teacher, an older study partner, and you've always admired his quick wit and sharp tongue. It might not have occurred to the rest of the Tempests to include him in the painting, but you disagree. Ferdinand needs your support. You're not going to abandon him. Taking Ferdinand by the hand, you lead him over to Cornelius's side. Jerian, are you? Thank you. Ferdinand flushes with embarrassment, but squeezes your hand gratefully. Your parents, on the other hand, look bewildered, although no one objects. Everyone had their own expectations about where you should stand. Ferdinand beams, standing up straighter. The feeling that you did the right thing fills you with confidence as well. Staying true to yourself is much more important than meeting other people's expectations. The painter spends some time looking for the perfect angle and composition, the tip of his brush clenched between his teeth. Finally, he starts working with the canvas. Cornelius clears his throat, the sound breaking the awkward silence. You notice the sliver of a smile on Uncle Gaius's lips. He gives you a wink when he catches your gaze. Okay. I am going to quickly get that back down, but still. Okay. So Gaius has sympathy for me. I mean, he does still strike me as sneaky, but we'll see how it goes. Plus his name is Gaius. Wood crackles in the lit fireplace, giving the room a cozy air. A big grandfather clock in the corner keeps a steady cadence of ticks and tocks. There's a heavy silver cup engraved with the soaring dragon in your hand. Your ancestors look down upon you benevolently from their portraits on the walls. It feels like they're part of this quiet family evening too. You lean back in your soft armchair, relaxing in the company of Emperor Uthar and Empress Servilia, your father and mother. Your father stretches his legs towards the fireplace with a satisfied grunt, his face the picture of ease and comfort. The imposing, untouchable air his profile gives off when engraved on coins is nowhere to be seen. You suddenly realize just how few people have ever had the chance to see the Emperor warming his feet by a fireplace. You look over to your mother. A stray lock of hair has tumbled free of her tight bun, her hands tucked into a fluffy muff. She seems more beautiful than majestic right now. Servilia watches you too, a warm smile playing on her lips. It's such a joy to finally have a son. I've been waiting for the moment when we could sit side by side and talk. Let me look at you, child. Servilia takes one hand out of her muff and runs it through your hair. Her touch is soft and tender, but your heart still stutters as though you've been doused with ice-cold water. An image of the cold family crypt flashes before your eyes, your mother's hands pulling your hair, making you bare your throat so that your father can... You squeeze your eyes shut, banishing the unwanted memory. Pulling away from your mother a little, you voice the questions that have been plaguing you. Why did your parents never talk to you before? Why have they only appeared in your life now? Where were they all those years you spent locked up in your room? Your mother's eyebrows arch in genuine surprise. You were only born this week, son. We've been counting the days until you joined this world. We were so excited for the big day, but you can't rush someone into joining the blood tide. It has to happen at the right time. You didn't really exist until you joined the blood tide. Or to be exact, you were like a fetus in your mother's womb. We were waiting for you, and we loved you even then, but you hadn't truly been born yet, and now we finally have a son. Your parents look at you with tender affection, utterly convinced of their words. You ponder them, trying their truth on for size. Did you exist before joining the blood tide, or were you truly born only a couple of days ago? And remember, son, your life is more precious than any other, be thy human or Arcanian. Those of us whose names are inscribed in the history of the Empire have but one life to live. Your death will be final, irreversible. Please stay safe. Oh, damn. Before you can fully process your own vulnerability, your father gives you a pat on the head and changes the subject. I have a gift for you, my son. Your father gestures for a servant to come forward and place something wrapped in a blanket on your lap. You catch the pleasant smell of clean fur. A curious wet nose pokes out of the blanket to sniff at your hand. This is a greyhound puppy, the best one from the latest litter. A dog whose pedigree is worthy of an Arcanian. All its ancestors were the cream of the crop. A good dog never betrays its master. We find many of our allies wanting in this regard, but you'll always have a faithful companion in this pup. With a word of gratitude to your father, you reach for the animal's soft fur. The dog licks your fingers, looking up at you with its big round eyes. You have to squeeze your eyes shut again. You can choose a name for it, something like Lancel or Theodore or Maximilian. You start mentally listing the characters of a book Ferdinand once read to you until you remember the perfect one, Hector. You can't help beaming. His name is Hector. Hector. I like it. You chose a fitting name, resonant and strong. Tell me, have you already thought of the words of your personal motto? You ask in surprise. Isn't Triumph of the Best the motto of all Tempests? Every Arcanian has a personal motto in addition to that of their family, and you'll be expected to choose one as well. Those words will stay with you throughout your entire life, charting its course. Smiling softly, your mother takes a delicate sip of her tea, her countenance the picture of dignity and calm wisdom. Your new puppy is dozing in your lap. I think a future emperor who will be the equal of his glorious ancestors would do well to have a motto like Justice of the Strongest. It's a proclamation of ruthless justice that rejects any remorse or other cowardly feelings, and it was used by Jerian I. You should adopt it as your own. Emperor Cornelius II saved the empire from the great upheaval in his day, all by ruling with honor and reason. He understood that power is a burden, not a reward, that men of consequence have a responsibility to set an example. That is what elevates us. Everything Cornelius II did during his reign, he did out of genuine care for his subjects. You should choose on the motto of Cornelius II, the burden of supremacy. It's your fate to accept that burden and bear it with dignity after all. Ruling over the empire is no easy feat, but I'm sure you will share that burden with me. And remember to be compassionate to those you rule. You see your mother frown at that. Your father pays her no mind, and his piercing eyes never leave yours. Well, the decision doesn't have to be made right now. Jerian doesn't know what he wants in life to be like yet. Decisions like that always feel like they've come too soon. I can't wait to find out what words the heir to the empire will live by. Jerian, please give us an answer. Your mother and father fall silent, waiting for your answer. This motto will stay with you for the rest of your life, but it seems more important to them that you take their advice than that you choose the words for yourself. You can settle on one of the options presented by your parents. However, you should also hear the quiet whisperings of your blood. Should you listen to it? Or should you forego a motto entirely so as not to limit yourself? So I can choose the ones from my parents. That will be another hit to my law. This will be another hit to love. That will increase with them, or I can do a legacy of greatness. You listen to the blood tide and choose a model suggested by your ancestors. You'll lose a little bit of will. I gain a little bit of blue blood, and I gain some legacy of the Tempest. Either way, I lose. But I will take this, a legacy of greatness. The noise in your head grows louder, drowning out your own thoughts. The blood tide whispers, urges, demands that you accept the words of its choosing, and you don't want to go against its will. You are the tip of a spear piercing through time, a descendant of the blood tide. Your lips seem to move on their own. Triumph of the best, a legacy of greatness. Servilia's eyes go wide. She gives Uther a surprised, almost confused look, but your father's face is an emotionless mask. You tell them that as an Arcanian, you have more relatives than just your parents to guide you. All the glorious ancestors in your blood tide are your family too, and they've given you their words. The blood within you rejoices. You hold your head high, feeling empowered by the support of your wise, powerful forefathers. You are a Tempest. One day the whole world will hang on your every word, my son. Bear the Tempest motto with pride. A legacy of greatness. You roll the words around in your mouth. They feel solid, hefty. It's as though the motto has brought perfect clarity to your mind and the world around you. For the rest of the night, you can feel your ancestors watching you from their portraits on the walls, taking your measure. Okay, so I'm getting some more of that legacy of the Tempest, but I'm also losing my will. Need to be careful here. Would like to get this back to a nice little balance, because next is gonna be reverence for blood, and then blood above all else. So we'll try to get that down a bit. Jesus. The wood crackling in the fireplace and the dim light of the sitting room help you focus. Hector is snoozing away in your lap. You pat his head thoughtlessly as you examine the chessboard. Across from you, in a brocade chair just like yours, is Uncle Gaius, watching you with a half smile. He idly rocks his foot clad in a soft leather boot, swirling his brandy around in the snifter. Your match has only just begun. Chess is not a game of chance, Jerian. Both opponents have equal opportunities, and the picture they see is the same. The outcome depends solely on the quality of their decisions. So what do you think takes precedence? Uncle Gaius smiles wryly. You sense that his question is not just about this game of chess. The experience and foresight that Gaius must possess can only be countered with knowledge and caution. Attacking first is too risky. You decide to use the opening from a book you remember well and build a reliable defense before you do anything else. Once the necessary pieces are in position, you castle. A sensible move. The king shouldn't be caught in the thick of a fight, since the game is over once the threat to him is imminent. It's the same in real life. A single piece can become a source of unity, but when that piece falls, everything else falls along with it. This is true for both the Empire and our family, Jerian. My brother Uther is the linchpin that holds us all together. Uther is the heart of the Tempests. We stand united thanks to his existence, which makes the realization that he's losing his touch all the bitterer. Our family is growing weaker right alongside him. Fortunately, we have you, Jerian, and the family is already watching you. One thing to remember about our dear relatives is that they tend to get so swept in their own ideas, they ignore everything except their personal goals. You too run the risk of becoming just a tool for them. I worry that you might become a bone of contention if everyone starts trying to recruit you, using you to further their own agendas against the others, like you're doing right now. By supporting one person's dream, you could alienate all those who don't share it. Still, I can't help but hope that you'll save the Tempests from a schism, and who knows, maybe you will eventually become the new heart of the family. Shouldn't the Emperor care for all his subjects, instead of just the ones he has blood ties with? You pose this question to Gaius as you finish building a chain of pawns to cover your other pieces. You're on the right track, but don't be so hasty. That care has merit only if the Emperor is strong enough to follow through with it. Otherwise, people start doubting his authority. You will have to take your father's place on the throne sooner or later, but ignoring your family to focus solely on the throne is a surefire way to lose both. With a sudden move, Gaius transfers his queen to the opposite flank, redirecting the threat. You rub your temples as you examine the board. The situation is much more complicated than you had previously thought. While you were busy pondering possible attack scenarios, your uncle secretly began building a combination that has only become apparent to you now. You realize that one of your pawns is wide open on the front line. There are no pieces nearby to protect it, so the loss seems inevitable. You move your bishop from the offensive diagonal to your endangered pawn's side. You'd hate to just abandon it. You need to be mindful of your environment, both in chess and in real life. Your loved ones depend on you, just as you depend on them. They also affect your decisions. Any strategy you adopt makes you its hostage. There's no solution that will benefit everyone, but no matter which style of play you prefer, you need to master it in order to win, because overconfidence will get you nowhere. Gaius seems to have been distracted from the match with his musings. You've smashed through his combination with several decisive moves, so now your uncle has fewer pieces, and they're scattered across the board. It's time to act. Victory is at your fingertips. No, it's not. An insight about the position you found yourself in comes from somewhere deep within you. It's not just confidence. You know the move because you've made it many times before. Your ancestors are guiding you. When you move the queen, Gaius pauses and blinks in surprise. You wonder whose side the blood tide is really on in this match between relatives. But then Gaius slowly slides one of his own pieces forward, and you feel your heart skip a beat. Your king is under attack. The pieces you place to guard him are blocking the escape route and getting in each other's way. Your monarch has nowhere to run now, and none of the moves you could feasibly make will save you from defeat. Biting your lip in dismay, you tip over your own king, admitting defeat. The ability to handle loss with dignity is just as important as winning. Thank you for the game, Jerian. Shall we play again? I'll let you choose your side. You might think that playing white is preferable because white goes first, but that's not always the case. Seeing what your opponent does and knowing what you will have to respond to in advance is also an advantage of sorts. The same goes for ruling the empire. Power doesn't stem from the greatest privilege, but rather from the greatest loyalty. It doesn't particularly matter whether you choose to rely on the powerful Arcanians, the numerous humans, or just the family members you know you can trust. The most important thing is to not violate the trust that people have placed in you. But doesn't your uncle rely on the Arcanians, the most privileged of Uther's subjects? Gaius responds with a good-natured chuckle. Oh no, Jerian. Not all Arcanians are the same. You're thinking about the great houses, the 5 most ancient bloodlines of the Empire. But there are a lot of lesser families besides them that often don't own any land and almost never enjoy the great house's patronage. We call them the distinguished Arcanians. Instead of falling back on their ancestors' achievements, they work for everything they have. They value personal honor and decency much more than they do the ancient traditions. Distinguished Arcanians are those who actively serve the Empire instead of resting on their laurels. They know as well as you and I that power means hard work, and they welcome it. That being said, not all humans are cut from the same cloth either. It's one thing if someone strives to earn a title for themselves and choose to either take up arms or contribute new ideas for the benefit of the Empire. They do their best to conform to Arcanians' ideals of honor and serve the Emperor and the nations faithfully. I respect that, as do the distinguished Arcanians. But then we also have the profiteers who think everything can be bought. They'd have you believe that money will definitely be king tomorrow, if it's not already. These upstarts try to weasel their way into positions of power despite the fact that ruling is not their lot. and the only thing that drives them is personal gain. Perhaps they are of some use, but they are no less dangerous for it. Having returned all the pieces to their starting position during his speech, your uncle awaits for you to pick a side. He makes it all seem so easy as he keeps the conversation going, ponders matters of the state, and plans his chess moves, all at the same time. You wonder how much work you still have to do before you can achieve the same ease. I realize that you have many tough decisions to make, each more difficult than the last, and I want to support you in any way I can. So what worries you the most? Where do you plan to place your bets? I'll help you find aid wherever you mean to seek it. So if I reject Gaius' help, that's minus some logic, and I get some passion, and I get plus in management and diplomacy. And I actually get +1 with Gaius. You ask your uncle to help you build a relationship with the commoners. Get closer to the Arcanians. You ask your uncle to help you earn the Arcanians' loyalty. They're actually pretty high right now. Or get closer to my family. Now, if I do this, that will put everybody at the stat that I need for them to be at in order to get one of the endings, except for Gaius. And I mean, the human nobility and commoners, that's one thing. I think I can do this on my own. But as far as my family, I feel like it's gonna be split into different chances. So I'll go ahead and get closer to my family. Working on your bond with your powerful parents seemed paramount. You ask your uncle to help you do this. I think I know something that will do the royal couple some good. We should go horseback riding together. An informal setting like that is an excellent opportunity for bonding. Uther is an avid equestrian, and Servilia could use it to get some fresh air and take a break from her dinner parties and other public affairs. When you, your parents, and your uncles go out riding 2 days later, you can see how happy it makes your father. His face usually droops with fatigue, but today he is smiling and actively engaged in conversation, holding the reins of his steel gray steed. I appreciate this opportunity to take a break from matters of the state, Jerian. It was very thoughtful of you to set this up. The long shadows cast by the trees streak across the dirt road you're following. Your horse's gentle gait kicks up almost no dust, letting you enjoy an unobstructed view of the setting sun. We value good weather so little, despite how rare it is. Even the landscapes we've known since childhood look nicer and more interesting on a fine day like this. I'm overjoyed that you've taken us out today, my boy. Uncle Cornelius gives you an approving nod as well. And getting us all together is no mean feat. The fact that you've chose this particular moment tells me you have great potential as a courtier. The ability to find subtle opportunities and take advantage of them is what makes a good politician. Uncle Gaius takes a sip from his travel flask and smiles mysteriously, but stays out of the conversation. I'm guessing I'm going to owe him one at some point. But alright, Cornelius is maxed out, and my parents have sympathy for me. I would like to get that to 4 or 5 though, so if there are any drastic drops, I can at least account for it. You feel a little dizzy as you watch all the graceful figures sway to the music, the sweet smell of perfume and fresh flowers permeating the air. The palace is filled with light music and boisterous voices tonight. This ball is in your honor. Technically, you were dubbed the Archduke of Hermia the moment you were born, but your formal ascension calls for a proper celebration. All the ladies in the ballroom have their eye trained on you. You feel like a trophy they're all vying for. When you ask one of them to dance, you can feel the others glaring at you jealously. You tug at the tight collar of your shirt and take a deep breath to try and settle your nerves. You'll have to get used to being the center of attention. The night is rife with playful smiles, soulful sighs, and demure glances. Servants keep passing you messages from ladies you've never met before, all of which either profess sudden affection or contain thinly veiled innuendos. Tonight, your favor is the most sought-after reward of all. You can't help but feel tired of playing this role. Even though the soiree is only halfway through, you scan the room with growing indifference. That's when you notice a boisterous group of people in a corner. Several men are doggedly trying to woo a graceful blonde Arcanian lady, showering her with compliments and cracking jokes at each other's expense in an effort to make her laugh. The lady only shrugs in response, clearly bored with their advances. Oh yeah, she's a problem. You lower your voice to ask a footman about the lady's identity. He whispers back that she is Camille Monroe. After avoiding yet another dance, you make your way to Camille and step around her pursuers with effortless ease to offer her your arm. Surprise flashes across Camille Monroe's face, only to be replaced by gratitude. She accepts your arm, and you lead her to the dance floor. Her hapless admirers watch the two of you go, dumbfounded. Thank you for saving me from the most boring gentleman in Eterna. But tell me, my prince, did you do it out of noble impulse, wishing to help a lady in distress? Or do you simply take what you like, knowing that no one would dare refuse you? Camille's lips almost brush your cheek as she finishes speaking. You're so close to her, you can smell the delicate aroma of her perfume. The soft touch of her gloved hand stirs something inside of you. You smile in response before pulling her even closer and sweeping her away. When the music stops, you offer Camille your arm and lead her to an alcove by the window, away from prying eyes. I'm sure you recall that it's not proper to devote all your time to a single lady. A second dance in a row with the same girl would breed rumors and condemnation. Aren't you worried that the high society matrons and their virtuous daughters will think less of you if you keep focusing on me? Camille seems to challenge you with her playful smile. She tilts her head as she gives you a probing look. Perhaps it is time for us to stop and return to our roles? You can feign interest as you entertain those adorable little dullards, and I'll go back to being bored by my admirers. Oh my, it seems my glass is already empty. You look over your shoulder, gesturing for a servant, but Camille stops you. Don't bother, my prince. Camille takes your goblet right out of your hand. She sensually closes her lips around the rim your mouth touched and takes a sip, never taking her bold gaze off you. You feel a sudden rush of arousal. Camille's behavior goes beyond all imaginable bounds of decency. You have no choice but to look away. Camille laughs and leans even closer to your face. You can feel her breath on your skin. Her lips brush against your neck. The touch makes you feel like you're melting, sending shivers of pleasure down your spine. How far will Camille take this? Her beauty is deadly, and you're drawn to the hungry fire in her eyes. But then you notice someone approaching your alcove. You reflexively draw back from Camille. Good evening, Jerian. Thank you for keeping my lovely fiancé company. Hello, Camille. Please forgive my tardiness. I'm sorry you had to attend the ball alone, but we can go home now if you'd like to. I'll take you there just as promised. I hope all the noise didn't tire you out too much. Your uncle bows to kiss his fiance's hand. You struggle to keep your face utterly expressionless, refusing to let your embarrassment show. Camille, on the other hand, smiles provocatively as she waits for your reaction. I didn't want to stay, but then I bumped into Jerian. He's the spitting image of your younger self, guys, and a true tempest, hot-blooded and iron-willed. We were having a fine time. Oh Lord, here she's a problem. So now I'd hate for this night to end so soon. Gaius and Camille exchange a loaded glance. The air suddenly feels heavy with tension. Should you intervene? Oh, great. Ask them to stay. You ask them both to stay, hoping for a chance to spend more time with Camille. My logic will go down, my passion will go up, and my opinion with Camille, my relationship with her, will go up by 1. You volunteer to take Camille home. You volunteer to take Camille home so that you can be alone with her. Okay, that's +1 wheel, -1 of the blood. Camille Monroe will go up by 2. Gaius will go down by 1. Or I can leave Camille with Gaius. You refuse to flirt with Gaius' fiance and put him in an awkward position. My logic will go up by 1. Passion will go down by 1. Diplomacy goes up by 1, and Gaius goes up by 1. Ooh boy. Shit. This is a problem. This is a significant problem. I do not want to ask them to stay, because I don't want to lose my logic, nor do I want passion. I kind of want to volunteer to take Camille home, not necessarily because I want Camille, but because I want to reduce this blood. Yeah, I just want some balance in this. So keeping it around this 5 to 6 would be great. And getting to know her would also probably be good, but pissing off Gaius feels very bad. And then I can leave Camille with Gaius. My logic will go up by 1. My passion would go down further. And I would get some diplomacy, and I would get an opinion with Gaius. Oh boy, this is tough. I'm kind of leaning more towards this, but I'm also more worried about the blood thing. Again, I want to keep it balanced. I am so sorry, guys. You cool, you also dangerous, and your fiance is also even more dangerous. But hey, YOLO. You offer to take Camille home in place of your uncle. The lady laughs out loud when she hears this. For a moment, Gaius is speechless. Then he recovers and answers you in a calm, polite manner. If Camille doesn't mind, then by all means. I know I can trust my nephew with my fiance's safety. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Gaius' smile doesn't reach his eyes, and he leaves without a single backward glance. You offer Camille your arm to lead her outside. There's a carriage waiting for her, but she gestures to stop the coachman when he gets up to open the door for her. I'd hate to waste a fine evening like this in a carriage. I'd rather walk home and have our dear prince accompany me. You can go ahead and wait for me by the house. This is how you get assassinated, my guy, and we only got 1 life, but alright. You take an unhurried stroll through the city, choosing the longest way to Camille's house. The sweet fragrance of apple trees intoxicates you as you stroll down the shady alley. You feel so light, it seems like you're about to float away. Time seems to fly by as you walk down the moonlit path. Camille's charming directness makes her very easy to talk to. Camille stops by the gate of her house, a mysterious smile on her lips. As she approaches, the carriage that waits for her there, she produces something long wrapped in a silk scarf with the Monroe family crest on it. I have a gift for you, Jerian. It was meant for Gaius, but I think you're more worthy of it. This sword is a Monroe family heirloom. See the unicorn on the hilt? Go on, test the grip. It will serve you well next time you rush to rescue a damsel in distress. You test the sword's balance. The hilt fits your palm like a glove. Whoever created this weapon was clearly a master of their craft. You thank Camille, but she only laughs in response. My coachman will take you back to the palace. Until we meet again, my prince. Oh, guys, I am so sorry. Now I gotta get this up by 1. Swords slice through the air and sing as they clash, making sparks fly. You hear the contenders huff and puff as they stomp across the arena. The summer tournament held by the Ash Gate is coming to a close. Today, young Arcanians are fighting for the great honor of joining the Emperor's Guard. You sit next to your father in a high box, decorated with various banners, and watch the duels with bated breath. All the fighters are astonishingly skilled. The Arcanians in human speed and natural talent refined by years of training have turned dueling into a fine art. Born for battle and leadership, this is where Arcanians shine the brightest. No human can even hope to withstand this deadly dance. Great warriors enter the arena one after another. Citizens watch the tournament from the stands. Women follow the fighters with their eyes, oohing and aahing in excitement. Men yell whenever someone lands a particularly successful blow. Lowborn children crowd around the fences, trying to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Before each duel, the fighters give a respectful bow to the Emperor. Uther sits there motionless, slouching slightly in his chair. He watches the proceedings with half-lidded eyes, his mouth of harsh line. You notice a scar on your father's cheek as you peer at his stern, stony profile. Sometimes it seems like your father doesn't even see the arena in front of him. His eyes trained on some mysterious point beyond the horizon, bisected by the shining pillar. The herald announces the final bout of the tournament. The Emperor shakes his head and rests his chin on his fist, slowly returning his gaze to the arena. You see his lips move as he talks silently to himself. You lean closer to your father to ask what's the matter without raising your voice. Does watching the tournament really feel like a chore to him? Uther looks up, his eyes pensive, but doesn't answer you right away. I'll be honest with you, son. I'm tired of this tournament. Its only saving grace is the fact that it's almost over. But I still have to choose the winner and reward those who are worthy. It's not an easy decision to make. There's much more to consider than the competitor's skill and scores. I have to remember their bloodlines, their influence and allegiances, and also any past achievements that could deserve special merit. All of this is part of the greater political game that I, as Emperor, have to play. The matches are convoluted, each with its own nuances and pitfalls. When you stand this high, any gesture, any careless word, even a twitch of your eyebrow has consequences. It reverberates throughout the world, spreading like ripples on the surface of the water. I grew wary of all these bootlicking contests long ago. With each passing year, my desire to take part in them wanes, even if it's just as a judge. Still, I must do my duty, even if my heart's not in it. I've been thinking a lot lately. In one of my dreams, there's a big silver dome above my head. I can hear the twins calling me from outside, but I'm too weak to break through it. I try to yell something in response, but all I can do is wheeze. You pay attention to your father's words, but never stop watching the lightning-fast lunges and twists of the competing swordsmen. Uther's brows knit together as he rubs his temple, trying to stave off a headache. His gaze sharpens. Finally, an Arcanian in a black lined coat strikes his opponent down to the ground. The victor turns to your box and salutes your father with his sword before bending the knee. The crowd goes wild. Jerian, since you are my heir, I expect you to aid me in making decisions. Whether large or small, it's time for you to learn to play the game you're destined to join sooner or later. Today, I entrust you with determining who will be triumphant in this tournament. These young Arcanians will be in your service one day. Your father sits up straighter and watches you with affection as he waits for your answer. Oh God. You insist that the Emperor ought to do his duty and confer the rewards himself. Grant victory to the most skilled. You reward those who have earned their victories with honor and valor. Okay, the distinguished Arcanians go down by 1. Management goes up by 1, and my relationship with Uther goes up by 1 as well. Grant victory to the best connected. You try to choose the winners in a way that won't offend any noble Arcanian families. I could do this. Either way, I get a 1 with Uther. But I guess the other catch is that I don't piss off the Arcanians. Or Arcanians. I guess I will spend that 5. I do have quite a bit. I think 30 is the max. So, can I use that? Yep. So, granted victory to the best connected. Nodding, you reassure your father that you can select the new Imperial Guardsmen on your own, although the choice won't be easy. You can't just pick the best fighters. That will upset the delicate balance of Arcanian society and harm the Emperor's standing. Try as you might to remember the complex web of courtly connections and figure out who should receive an award, it's all useless. But then it dawns on you. You send some of the Emperor's pages to bring you more awards. If you honor both the influential Arcanians and those who fought best, no one will be offended. Soon enough, the pages bring you more weapons to award to the swordsmen who have caught your eye. You don't care if some people consider this year's rewards too generous, as long as no one walks away feeling slighted. You descend from the box to congratulate the winners. As you are handing out the swords, the radiant smiles of their new owners and the approving mutters from the stands make it abundantly clear that no one opposes your decision. You notice your father looking at you. His eyes are full of gratitude for your support, for the fact that you were willing to help him at all. He stands by your side and raises his hand, prompting another round of applause. You leave the arena together. Okay, almost got Dad maxed out. This morning greets you with glittering sunlight. The air outside is filled with the fresh fragrance of dewy grass. You breathe it all in, soaking up the vastness of the sky above your head. Your horse treads softly on the damp ground as your dog Hector runs beside you, mad with freedom. The shining pillar props up the sky in the distance. Uncle Cornelius rides next to you on his bay stallion. His face, usually so focused and tense, looks softer on this beautiful morning. Several other riders, including some footmen and a groom, follow you at a distance, but they're silent as well. The only sound that sometimes disrupts the quiet is Hector's bark when he decides to chase yet another butterfly. You reach a range of green, rolling hills as midday approaches. Your procession rides up the tallest one, in no particular hurry. At the top of the hill, Cornelius stops his stallion to look over the city of Eterna sprawling below you. It stretches as far as the eye can see, its graceful towers and spires outlined by the brilliant midday sun. Your uncle finally breaks the silence. The capital has grown. See how many suburban settlements have already merged with it? The old walls were torn down long ago. Not that we need any in this day and age. You're mesmerized by the sight before you. Eterna looks like a hatchling that has broken out of its shell and is now basking in the sun. Surrounded by a dense network of roads, the various carts, wagons, and carriages that fill the city's bustling streets look like toys from this high up. You can see throngs of merchants and travelers slowly making their way to the city gates. Cornelius looks over his shoulder at your attendant and motions for them to wait for you at the foot of the hill. You find yourself alone with your uncle. Hector has finally tired himself out and lies down to doze in the grass. You've only just met your real family, Jerian. I know how much that means to you. You want to lose yourself in them, build a picture-perfect bond of trust and acceptance that will last a lifetime. I've been there. Yet you must never forget that you're not just any Archnean, not just someone's son or nephew. You are the heir to the throne. The entire empire is your family. Your family will try to influence you to serve their own interests, sometimes deliberately, sometimes not. They will try to make you a slave to their values. Don't let them distract you from saving the empire. You look at Cornelius questioningly. What salvation is he talking about? Is the empire truly in danger? It is united in absolute, just as it has been for hundreds of years. As a matter of fact, the empire is rather like man. Its health declines with the passage of time, but unlike a man, it can be rejuvenated if we find new sources of strength and opportunities for growth. Our empire is stuck in the past, mired in antiquated traditions. It struggles to keep up with the times, but our society is changing. New industries have emerged, and the economic climate is already different. If we do nothing, the old forces and the new ones will inevitably clash. We must prevent that. Otherwise, the empire will eventually collapse. This is not the first time you have heard of your importance and the hopes placed upon you, but you still do not understand what exactly you are supposed to do or how you can specifically help your subjects. All in good time, Jerian. In a couple of years, I will bring you into the Imperial Council and help you find your footing in high politics. But first, you need to get to know the Empire in each of its estates. Great houses and distinguished Archneans, commoners and nobility, old and new believers. They're all watching your every step. They're waiting with bated breath for you to notice their aspirations, to listen and extend your favor to them. Cornelius dismounts and stretches out a hand into the distance. You look at the square patches of fields, at the hills overgrown with curly greenery. In your mind's eye, you survey the whole empire, its provinces, towns, and villages, interwoven by roads, shimmer in the matte haze. You're going to host a party this week. It will give you a chance to get acquainted with your future subjects. The decision of who to invite to the palace is up to you. The people you grant this honor to will be more favorably inclined towards you and House Tempest in general. The most rational choice would be either the distinguished Archneans or human nobles. The Archneans of the lesser houses aren't as stringent about observing traditions as those who hail from the great houses. They can be persuaded to help rebuild our empire. The human nobles have great potential as well. They're trying to change the world, and so far it's working. You do well to have them in your corner. But I'll leave the choice to you. You need to practice making important decisions and predicting their consequences. You remember a picture you once drew in class. Since you have a choice, you need to consider all the options, not just the ones your mentor has suggested. Why not invite the great houses or the clergy? High society and traditions are just as viable a foundation for a ruler as humans in progress. Then again, you could hold a joint reception for the distinguished Archnians and human nobles. Both of these estates belong to the service class, which means they have much more in common than any other. Or should you just take the Great Chancellor's advice? Okay, so I could invite distinguished Archnians. They will go up by 2. My diplomacy will go up by 1. Gaius will go up by 1 as well. Damn it, that already seems good. I could invite the humans. You're going to take Cornelius's advice and invite human nobles. The human nobility goes up by 2. My management goes up by 1. And my opinion with Ferdinand goes up by 1 as well. I can invite both Archnians and humans. In this case, distinguished Archnians would go up by 1 and human nobility would go up by 2. My management will go up by 1. My diplomacy would go up by 1. And my opinion with Cornelius would go up as well. Or I can decide to ignore Cornelius and invite those who represent the elite and preserve Archnian traditions. The great houses go up by 2. The old faith clergy goes up by 1. My diplomacy goes up by 1. My scholarship goes up by 1. And that would throw me into adept. My opinion with Uther would go up by 1. My opinion with my mom would go up by 1, but I would lose 1 with Cornelius. And I can afford to lose 1 with Cornelius, but I think I'm gonna go with this. I wish I could go with this one. It just doesn't seem to be the best, even though I do need that 1 for Gaius. And I don't really get anything by doing this. Like, I don't lose anything, and I get more management and diplomacy, but the humans will remain neutral, and so will the distinguished Archnians. I wish the joint also gave 1 with Gaius as well. Like maybe it would actually give 2 in this case because it's something clever. And then there's just the Archnians with this. I guess to a certain degree, if I do this, then I don't really have to worry about pandering to them for a while. I think I'm gonna do this just so I can get back on in good graces with Gaius, because I don't know how many more chances I'm gonna have with him. I'm good with Ferdinand. I'm good with Cornelius. I do not want to do this. Oh yeah, and I don't, like I said, I don't really gain anything with this per se, because while I do get get stats with the Archnians and with the nobility, like I don't get anything with Cornelius, and I kind of need that. I do get the skills too, but and I'm just worried that like I'm gonna turn around and do this, and then if I do this, old girl is gonna be at the party, and then if old girl is at the party, then that's gonna be a problem. Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna do this. And if old girl is at the party, I'm just not going to do anything with her. I'm just gonna try to talk with Gaius. So, kinda want these stats. Yeah, I'll go with that. Your voice is firm as you answer. It would be only right to invite all the service gentry, including human nobles and distinguished Archnians. You go on to remind Cornelius about the report on the shared future of humans and Archnians that you successfully presented to Archnian high society back when you yourself were still human. You're going to rework it, add some up-to-date data on Imperial society, and make it the core theme of the reception. This seems to give your uncle pause. He looks at you with a hint of uncertainty, but eventually gives in. While Cornelius's staff arranges the reception, you edit your report. It's astonishing how foolish and naive you were just a few years ago. A few days later, you've exited to greet the guests you're excited to greet the guests as you stand in the center of the banquet hall in your ceremonial suit. The distinguished Archnians approach you one by one. Each one states their name and bows with a fist pressed against their chest. They all have a quiet air of superiority about them, their bearing pointedly polite and courteous. The humans come to greet you in groups. You are introduced to college professors, officers from the Legion, government officials, and judges. They seem a little tense, but do their best to preserve their dignity in the presence of the Archnian nobles. When the time comes to give your address, you walk out into the middle of the room. You are no longer just some nameless student Cornelius took on. You are the heir to the Empire, and the people in attendance will hang on your every word and gesture. You take a breath, and no longer looking at your prepared text, deliver an inspired speech about the changes awaiting the Empire's society in the near future. Humans and Archnians listen to you in silence. You finish your address by quoting Professor Condorcet, the Dean of the Imperial College. By facilitating progress and spearheading change, we will all be able to lead the realm to an era of prosperity beyond our ancestors' wildest dreams. The audience gives you a round of applause. It seems like your words have had at least some impact on the way humans and Archnians view each other. You notice the groups that used to stand apart starting to mingle. Conversations seem to flow more freely now. Everyone is eager to discuss the topic you've brought up in your address. Cornelius, who has been silently watching you from afar all this time, gives you a nod of approval. You both know that erasing the lines between humans and Archnians is the only way out of the current crisis. The Empire won't have a future unless the two races join forces to build one together. Okay, so they've come up a bit. I am now adept at management, and my diplomacy's a 3, so meh. Cornelius is maxed out, so there you go. Give me something, guys. The Law of Might, so I'm guessing it's gonna be my mom. The cool night air works wonders to soothe your troubled mind. You gaze up at the thick branches reaching for the night sky as you wander aimlessly through the garden. Hector anxiously hovers nearby. The puppy doesn't understand why you left your bedroom in the middle of the night. Restless thoughts were keeping you awake. One day you will rule over the whole of the Empire. The most powerful Archnians from the great houses will kneel before you. The decisions you will make will affect the entire world. How can you, a young man with almost no life experience, govern your subjects and dictate your will to them? Do you even have the right to do so? You were born the Emperor's son, but is that really enough? You've tied yourself in knots with these worries. Your breath shallow and uneven. Your anguish drives you deeper into the garden. The shadows around you begin to move, the outlines of the trees and the palace blurring before your eyes. The blood pounds in your temples. The murmur of your ancestors' voices fills your ears, growing louder and louder. It makes you dizzy. You blink, and when your vision returns, you realize that you're looking at the sunlit hallway of the ancient Archnian Senate. though the image seems somewhat hazy. Your footsteps are not your own. They seem too firm and confident as they carry you towards the assembly hall. Your chipped metal armor, caked with the blood of your enemies, clanks as you walk. You are Jerian I of the House of Tempest, a council of the Arcnean Republic, commander of the Legion, and a Turnus champion in the war against the bloodthirsty Skryat tribes. The Senate falls silent as you walk out onto the center of the room. All eyes are fixed on you. Senators, Council Monroe, I've come here directly from the city gate. The attack has been repelled, but Eterna won't survive another like it. We're barely holding on. The senators exchange disgruntled glances. You hear them murmuring that the city can still be saved. You raise your voice, drowning out their chatter. I'll tell you what needs to be done. When night falls, we're going to have the entire garrison withdraw from the city. That way, we'll still have an army. And tomorrow, when the Skryats breach the gate and starts pillaging Eterna, we'll set the city on fire and block off their escape routes. This is the only way to destroy our enemy. The assembly stirs in outrage, buzzing like an angry beehive. Council Castus Monroe jumps up from his seat, shouting that he will never abandon the capital to the enemy. His face is purple with rage. Sacrificing the citizens is unthinkable. What's the point of victory if your culture and heritage perish in flames? There won't be anyone left to preserve our culture or heritage unless we dispose of the enemy. Let Eterna perish if it saves the Arcnean race. Everything stops. Monroe's next words echo coldly in the ringing silence. If you refuse to reconsider, you must surrender your council's ring this instant. The government cannot be led by a madman. No, I will not back down. This is a war for dominion over the entire world. I will not let a gaggle of foolish, prideful old men deprive us of our victory. You pull the iron ring off your finger and hurl it to the floor. It clatters against the stone as it rolls away. As if on cue, the legionnaires guarding the hall hold their spears to the senators' backs. You pull your sword from its sheath in one swift motion and take a step towards Monroe. Time freezes. The figures around you blur and shift into something akin to a painting. You disengage from your ancestors, stepping out of his body. Jerian I turns to face you. There you go, blood of my blood. You wanted to know what gives you the right to rule. The answer is power. Power is never granted, it must be taken by force, and I have no doubt that you can bear the burden, because I shall always remain in your blood tide. In your veins flows the blood of the man who holds the sword. Your opponents have the blood of the fools he brought to their knees. Accept me in my deeds. Let me in. Let me show you how much I can give you. Prove to me that you deserve your august heritage. Jerian I stands waiting. Should you accept his truth, or should you refuse, making him just another historical figure among the thousands lost to the ages? Oof. I can accept. This will give me +10 for the legacy of the Tempest. This will almost completely take my will away, but it will also raise my blood up by 3, which will bring it up to the Reverence 4 blood. Dear Lord, and almost the blood above all else. Or I can call for mercy. You renounced your cruel legacy and vowed to always seek a peaceful solution. Legacy of the Tempest go down by 5. My love goes up by 1. My law goes down by 1. My management goes up by 1. Oh boy. I think I'm gonna do this because I don't want to lose myself in the blood. This will still keep it balanced, and I don't want to lose my will. so let's call for mercy. You raise a hand in protest. Seizing power is a crime against the law and your people. Violence is never the only solution. Jerian, I could have tried to find some kind of middle ground with the Senate, or even the Skryads. You won't let this tyrant, this usurper, invade your mind. As you step away from Jerian I, the image of the Senate comes to life around you once more. You see Jerian I threatening the Second Council with a sword in the middle of the assembly hall. Castus Monroe pierces him with a look full of pride and contempt. Jerian swings his weapon, sending Monroe's head rolling across the floor, then casts a heavy glance around the room at the frozen senators. I, Jerian Tempest I, hereby declare myself Emperor of Archnia. The voice of weakness and betrayal has no place within these walls. Swear allegiance to me or accept death. Resigned, the senators kneel before Emperor Jerian, swearing their loyalty one by one. Only one elderly Archnian from the Milanatis family stands up with an indignant cry and takes a decisive step towards your ancestor. A legionnaire's spear pierces his back and he falls to the floor. You come to with a gasp. The vision slowly fades away. A few moments later, your head clears. Hector licks your face anxiously, and you lean against a tree trunk, assailed by vertigo. What just happened? You suddenly feel someone's eyes on you. You look over your shoulder to find your Uncle Cornelius standing in the shadow of a nearby tree. There's no need for concern, Jerian. The blood tide has started communicating with you. It makes attempts to devour us all from time to time. Heed my advice and don't dwell on the past too much. Our ancestors may make you stronger, but you'll end up shackled by their will. If you choose your own path in life, the knowledge and skills you acquire will be enough for you to succeed. The blood tide, on the other hand, will turn you into its plaything, a mere tool for it to use. If you rely solely on your ancestors, the life you lead will be theirs, not yours. Cornelius says goodbye and leaves you alone in the silence of the moonlit garden. You gaze up at the stars, thinking about the endless torrent of will capable of piercing time itself to communicate with its descendants. All right. So yeah, I want to keep that balanced. I don't want to just give everything to the blood. I do want to keep it high, but just not out of control. So maybe in another playthrough, I'll go ahead and do a full-blown out of control and one that doesn't even care about the blood at all. Now I am adept at management. We are not even halfway through this, good God. Okay, Imperial Affairs, Society of Arts and Sciences. Together with the Empire's intellectual circles, you establish the Society of Arts and Sciences to foster education and progress. Okay, League of Cannons. Together with the Archnians of the Great Houses, you establish the League of Cannons, a society dedicated to restoring awareness of the splendor and glory of the Archnian past. Nope. Committee for Aiding the Poor. Together with renowned imperial philanthropists, you establish the Committee for Aiding the Poor and Disadvantaged. Noble Assembly. Together with the most distinguished nobles, you establish an assembly dedicated to restoring the prestige and influence of the aristocracy. Board of Justice. In cooperation with the Empire's finest lawyers, you establish the Board of Justice to guarantee the rights and freedoms of your subjects. Okay. Spiritual Conclave. Together with the leading priest of the Empire, you create a spiritual conclave dedicated to bolstering faith and the religious foundations of society. Oh. With the aid of eminent instructors, you further your studies, enhancing both your intellect and your confidence in your decisions. So I just pick one of these and go from there? Did I miss a tooltip? Let's do... I think I want to do the Board of Justice. Can I do that? In Chapter 3, okay. These are all in Chapter 3. So we won't get to this in this video. Okay. The projects page allows you to choose the tasks Jerian will pursue throughout the year. Projects enable you to influence the Empire's status or increase Jerian's skills and resources proactively rather than relying on event scenes alone. The projects page is available at the beginning of each year. Imperial projects affect the state's political institutions. Each Imperial project consists of 3 stages. Each subsequent stage has a stronger effect on the Empire's status because there's growing opposition and discontent among the estates. Once all 3 stages are completed, Jerian will no longer be able to pursue that particular project. With personal projects, Jerian can improve his abilities and the influence of the Tempest family. Each personal project consists of 5 stages. Once all stages are complete, Jerian will no longer be able to pursue that particular project. The values on the scale indicate the cultural, political, economic, and religious composition of the Empire. The crests indicate the estates that gain power as the Empire status shifts in a given direction. Your allies' crests are gold, while those of your enemies are black. So kind of basically everybody's my enemy right now. Okay, well, they're not really my enemies, they're just neutral. Okay, I like that. Now I'm curious to see how the passage of time works. It does seem like this chapter is a lot longer, but yeah, I'm curious about that. Okay. Now, how do we proceed? Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Can I go back? Crap, I would have to go almost all the way back. Well, I guess we'll roll with it. You know almost nothing about your family's actual holdings. Lands, fortresses, people, and supplies all feel like distant abstractions. This year, you resolve to learn exactly what belongs to you by right of blood. You set out to take an inventory of all the resources at your disposal, including loyal vassals and their retinues, castles and watchtowers with garrisons, and supplies of grain, cloth, and stone. Cloth, stone, wood, iron, and gold, which may prove decisive in extended conflict. Together with officials and administrators, you meticulously chart the power of House Tempest. A great deal of time and effort are spent on this work, but in the end, you come to understand the real state of affairs. After this undertaking, you now know with certainty which resources your house can expect to draw upon. Okay. I did click that by mistake. I was a little confused because it didn't have like a pop-up or anything that kind of straight up told me that this is what I was trying to do. The Memoirs of Baron L. Larocque, 1133, the eve of Unification Day. The sun sinks into thick smoke without reaching the horizon. The culprit is the tall, puffing chimney of one of the new factories built in the eastern part of the city. The capital has a lot of them now. This neighborhood didn't even exist until recently, but then they rebuilt the park and the surrounding area to suit the needs of the Steelworkers Guild. The previously blue sky that I enjoyed sharing my thoughts with in the evening is now blackened by the fireplaces of low-born people trying to rise above their station. The wall that once hemmed the commoners in one specific district of Eterna has been demolished, free to settle anywhere. The small folk have spilled into the streets like a flood. As the commoners live and roam where they please, noble-born Archnians shudder in their carriages. Ungainly houses built without any sense of taste or proportion are situated so close to one another they resemble misshapen piles, their sole purpose to accommodate as many residents as possible. The streets have become so narrow that any movement can be barred by an open door. People dump waste out of their windows, and the stench spreads across Eterna, all the way to the Arcanian mansions and sacred temples. The city is filled with the hum of new voices and the roar of factory machines, riddled with flashy shop signs and street vendors hawking their wares. Coal dust hangs in the air, darkening the sky even on a sunny day. There's now a fish market across the street from the majestic Imperial Council building, and the ancient square is used to sell cheap, sour beer. Peddlers push their carts past the statue of Jerian I, while grubby children crawl over his feet. You can't find peace and quiet anywhere these days. Our beautiful Eterna is sagging beneath the weight of factories and new houses, wheezing from the soot, overrun by commoners. They are the ones who shape the image of the capital now, and they are growing bolder by the day. Okay, so there's progress, but yeah, we also basically have turned into London. Rebellion is now at a 3. A world without borders. You have not seen Ferdinand for half a year. Your brother traveled the world exploring the farthest corners of the Empire, and changed greatly during the time of separation. His skin has darkened from all the time he's been spending in the sun, his posture full of confidence, even pride. When he walks out to the palace gallery, Ferdinand puts his hands on his hips theatrically and casts an extremely amusing, arrogant look at you. Your dog Hector joyfully rushes to meet him. You there, the boy with the dog. Do you even know whose presence you're in? I'm a famous explorer who's traveled all over the Empire and seen its most distant corners. Show some respect, or better yet, bow before me. You can even faint from awe if you feel like it. I won't mind. You decide to play along, doing your best to keep a straight face. With your chest puffed out, you inform Ferdinand that he has found himself in the company of one of the most influential Archnians in the Empire, someone who can have thousands of people destroyed at the snap of a finger. You are the heir to the most ancient blood tide, backed by hundreds of glorious ancestors. Your past is certainly great, esteemed Archnian, but I am the future of this empire. Oh, the things I've witnessed in my travels, like Valona's weaving machines that do people's jobs for them. Those clever devices are 10 times more productive than even the fastest weaver. I've seen lifeless soil made fertile again with special fertilizer, not the kind they muck out of your stables, mind you. And in Illyria, they showed me a substance extracted from mold that cures fever. You play it cool as if none of Ferdinand's tales sound even the slightest bit impressive to you. You make a point of walking in the same haughty manner as the Archnians from the great houses. You've observed them often enough at the palace, after all, and take Ferdinand to inspect your domain. You show your friend your private study in the palace and lead him through the busiest hallways just to have as many servants as possible bow to you. Then you take Ferdinand to the hall where the ball in your honor took place. You tell him how many Archnians' beauties lavish their attention upon you and make up wild tales about dozens of rivals defeated in duels. You stop in the middle of the ballroom to peer at each other imperiously, both waiting for the other to admit defeat and bow, or at least blink. Your staring contest goes on for quite a while before you both bust out laughing from the ridiculousness of it all. You laugh so hard neither of you can speak for a few moments. You just stand there, clapping each other on the shoulder. Your dog runs around in circles and barks bewildered. The servants drawn by the commotion peek through the doors, but you pay them no mind. You step out into the balcony where you finally catch your breath. A brisk breeze ruffles your hair. Ferdinand gazes out at Eterna, mesmerized by the sight of the city bathed in the glow of the setting sun. You've seen the capital hundreds of times in all sorts of weather, so it's completely lost its novelty by now. Your thoughts are occupied by other matters. Ferdinand has seen so much of the world. In just a short period of time, he's seen more than you have in your entire life. And while you both bragged and exaggerated, you knew right away that the things your brother said about weaving machines and medicines were true, unlike your purported amorous escapades. You have no idea how much I've missed you. You know, while I was away from the palace, I realized that family doesn't necessarily boil down to the people I'm tied to by the circumstances of my birth. The thought that I'm the son of the Empress did nothing for me on the road, but the promise of seeing you when I got back was so uplifting. I've come to understand that even people who are completely unrelated to me can become my family if I get to know them well enough. People I've chosen. They're the ones who will stand by me no matter what, unlike Mommy Dearest. It's a shame you can't go on long trips like this yet. A lot of things seem clearer out there on the road. Come to think of it, I'm kind of glad I didn't have to join the Tempest blood tide like you did. I can stay myself this way. I can think for myself, make my own decisions, and be sure they're mine and mine alone. Hearing that makes you a little bitter. Is Ferdinand implying that you can't be sure of your decisions? Then again, maybe that's where the true power of humanity lies, in free thinkers like Ferdinand, people not bound to any blood tide. With feigned casualness, you ask if Ferdinand has brought anything other than tales of mold and looms back from his travels. He produces a small round box with a mirror hidden inside it. Take a look at this. It's called a heliograph. People use these devices to communicate over fairly long distances when it's sunny outside. Unlike a carrier pigeon, its signals reaches its recipients in the blink of an eye. With a special code, you can use one of these to contact someone from the other side of a city, or even the next city over, if you're on level terrain. Ferdinand plays with the heliograph, casting sunbeams onto tops of the neighboring towers, and shows you how to interpret the beam of light with a special shutter that obscures the mirror. You ask your brother if he could get you a similar mirror box somewhere. Sadly, there are only a few heliographs in the entire empire. Mirrors of the required reflectiveness can only be made from silver, and its use is restricted by the church. So I'd love to get you one, but it's just not possible. Unless your highness feels like using his limitless power to abolish the priest's monopoly on silver and pave the way for progress. Adopting the same exaggeratingly adult tone, you proclaim that introducing a bill like that will be entirely within your power if you deem the benefit to the empire sufficient. Fired up now, Ferdinand starts convincing you that scientific advancement will change life in the empire for the better, that yesterday's dreams can become reality if antiquated traditions no longer stand in their way. As your brother tells you about how scientists have invented a device for observing the night sky based on complex systems of mirrors, you pause for a moment to seriously consider his request. You find it hard to refuse Ferdinand. His thirst for change and his bold ideas are infectious, But abolishing the church's monopoly on silver would mean going against the priests. Perhaps you could use their own rhetoric to prove that silver can be used for more than just rituals. Agree with Ferdinand. The new faith clergy will go down by 1. Scholarship will go up by 1, and Ferdinand will get 1 opinion. I can't deny him, apparently. But I can compromise. You obtain permission to use silver, but only for scholars from the college. Sure. Nodding, you promise Ferdinand to try your best to bring his vision to life. Your brother beams as he gives you a warm, heartfelt hug that's a bit too unrestrained for a nobleman. Returning to your study, you order the court theologians and lawyers to help you justify the changes. You need solid reasons why silver ought to be used by both college scholars and priests. The theologians are tasked with finding arguments that will satisfy the church, while the lawyers are ordered to write a decree that will fit into existing law. Several weeks later, you present rational arguments and find powerful support in your uncle, the great chancellor. When the council tries to resist the bill, the emperor himself sides with you. The decree is issued several weeks later. From now on, a set share of all smelted silver will be allocated for experiments at the college. Priests will continue to use silver for their rituals, and commoners will still be barred from touching the holy metal, but scientists will be able to conduct their research as they see fit. The most conservative members of the church aren't pleased with your novel idea, but their grumbling eventually subsides. Inspired, scientists work on new devices, but they're the only ones who have access to the precious resource. The church is satisfied as long as the sacred metal is not made into vulgar jewelry or sold at marketplaces. That's somewhat fair, I guess. A heady mix of aromas assault your senses when you pull back the heavy curtains separating the main room from the entrance. You can smell flowers, spice, wine, and perfume. This is your first time at an Archnean salon. You've been invited here by the great strategist Ovidius Lucullus, who's also a member of the Imperial Council. You've never seen him before, but you decided not to refuse and to make the acquaintance. Many of the dignitaries seated at the tables are wearing masks. The soft sounds of a mandolin accompany the relaxed conversation. Someone is reciting poetry to their friends. You hear quiet laughter. As soon as you step inside, the hostess, an Archnean lady wearing a cherry red dress, takes you by the arm and leads you to the table in the middle. God damn it, it's probably old girl Camille. She says that this is the place to enjoy fine arts and fine conversations. No one will dare to bother or judge you while you're here. The hostess indicates one of the masked Archneans with an unobtrusive nod, then reminds that it is tradition not to let it show if you recognize a masked guest. You'll be offered the same dignity if you want to visit this salon incognito one day. You look over those present. A tall, broad-shouldered Archnean turns to look at you. The giant approaches you and hands you a glass of wine. Merriment can be heard in his bass voice. My prince, allow me to introduce myself. Ovidius Lucullus, Legion Commander and your humble servant. I am glad to see you've accepted my invitation. Men of import always have a lot of work to do, but that's not all there is to life, is it? We rarely get a chance to spend a night in a pleasant company, relax, or simply enjoy conversation. Besides, I was hoping to get to know you a bit better. As you can see, we prefer to dispense with any unnecessary formalities here. This place is free of the burdens of our positions. For a while, we put the kowtowing and decorous small talk aside. Lasulis claps you firmly on the shoulder and, raising his glass, takes a greedy swallow. For a while, you talk and you listen to Ovidius's amusing story about his dispute with the negligent supplier of tack for the Imperial Cavalry. Soon, under the influence of wine and the languid atmosphere of the salon, you relax. Lasulis' eyes gleam cunningly. I have a little gift for you. Ovidius gets up from his seat and claps his hand to get everyone's attention. Tonight, for the first time, we are joined by Prince Jerian Tempest. Just call me out, why don't you? The heir to the throne is born to rule others, and I'd like the first person you have complete control over to be special, Your Highness. Lasulis gives a sign, and servants bring out a girl who instantly catches everyone's eye. Her thick, jet black hair cascades over her bare shoulders. There's fire burning in her bold eyes. Her revealing dress, embroidered with white gold thread, emphasizes her elegance. She looks nothing like the noble Archnean ladies in the room as she walks over to you, radiating defiance and alluring mystery. This is Agatha. Her dance is the most magical thing in the world. I would like to give her to you. I hope you'll enjoy her company tonight. The Tempest may bestow the twins' grace upon us, but someone needs to shower them with love too, and the love Agatha spreads with her dance can truly rival that of the gods. Go on, Agatha, dance for your prince. The girl shakes her head defiantly. When she speaks, her voice is deep and velvety. Her foreign accent inexplicably makes her even more attractive to you, like a dish seasoned with some intoxicating spice. My dance must be fueled by love, but there's no love for me, for my new master in my heart, because I've only just met him. As for your order, noble Archnean, it holds no weight with me. You've given me to the prince and are no longer my master. An indignant murmur sweeps around the Archneans. Does this human woman not take too much upon herself? How dare she contradict the heir? Teach her obedience, Prince. Agatha answers without looking at anyone except you. She speaks as if the two of you are the only ones in this room. Slaves and maids are commonplace, but my soul is unfettered. What value can be there in fear and blind submission? My heart yearns to tell you a story, Master, a little fairy tale. Please heed this request, and your soul will be unburdened. I know tales of love and wisdom, whatever you wish. I apologize for this concubine's audacity, Your Highness. It's an oversight on my part. Human tales? What sort of drivel is this? You can just order her to dance. She won't dare to disobey you. She knows it will cost her her life. The desire of her foolish heart mean nothing whatsoever. This wench should be grateful to be given the honor of dancing for a prince. Instead, she's trying to trick us into pitying her and indulging her ridiculous whims. This kind of behavior must be nipped in the bud. She ought to be shown a firm hand right away. Please don't make me go against my heart, Master. Agatha stares at you with her enthralling black eyes. The Archneans, outraged by her behavior, await your decision. You stop and think. What will you do? Will you exert your power by insisting on a dance, or show mercy and compassion by allowing Agatha to tell you a fairy tale? My passion is so low. Now, my relationship would go up with the great houses if I order her to dance, but let's not do that. Let's do... So love will go up to 8. My law will go down by 1. Let's ask for a tale of wisdom. You make it clear that since Agatha now belongs to you, you get to decide what she will or won't do next, and you want to hear her story about wisdom. Ovidius Lucullus can only shrug in bewilderment. The Archnians whisper indignantly that soon they will have to live under an emperor who can be pushed around by a human wench. Agatha sits down next to you. You feel caught in her dark, soulful eyes as she begins her tale. Her deep, velvety voice envelops you like a blanket. Agatha tells you a story about a prince who refused to see the common people of his kingdom suffer. He wanted to come up with a just law to ease their plight, so the prince decided to travel the land and ask all its wise men what kind of law they considered fair, only to receive a different answer from each sage. The king died, and the prince was recalled to the castle. Seeing the empty throne, the young man wept bitter tears. Then he realized that justice wasn't born of some made-up law, but rather of sympathy and compassion. And the prince had always had these qualities, for he loved his people and his homeland. From that day forth, he ruled wisely and fairly. Agatha's tale is like a warm breeze caressing your skin. You feel somewhat calmer, more confident. You breathe deeply and evenly. It's as though your soul has been filled with wisdom akin to the law of the twins, but even gentler and more merciful. You're left speechless, feeling like you're about to be drawn in Agatha's fathomless eyes. It's as if the world around you has ceased to exist. Please take me away, master. Agatha's voice is barely above a whisper, as if the power of her tale has frightened her as well. She takes your hand and leans closer, her eyes shining with hope. You take her and leave the salon without speaking to anyone else, afraid to spill the wisdom and light filling your soul. Lord, she has the power of the voice. She's a Bene Gesserit. There's no way they would let me marry a human. Maybe I could do something like in Pillars of Eternity where I think it's the Adern, I think it's the Edern Empire or whatever it is. The Emperor marries both a human and an elf as a symbol to something with the religion there. Kind of interesting. Okay, I got the Emperor's dream. The garden shears snipped the fig tree branch with a dull cracking sound. Luther smiles triumphantly, pleased that he's finally bested this particularly stubborn offshoot. The sun is warm and gentle on your skin. You can't help but notice how relaxed your father looks away from the stuffy rooms of the palace. This simple outdoor activity has worked wonders for your peace of mind. Figs are quite finicky. They need constant pruning to maintain the perfect shape. We can't have anything but the very best in the Emperor's orchid, now can we? Your father winks, then seems to notice something behind your back. His eyes dim as the relaxed smile slowly disappears from his face. You look over your shoulder. Hello, Jerian. What are you doing here, brother? There are matters of state that require your attention, and yet here you are, putting the palace gardener out of a job. The supreme leader of the old faith clergy are gathered in the capital. They expect you to wear Eric the Pious's mask at the unification ceremony, the annual celebration honoring the emperor who entered our family into the holy pact with the gods is the day after tomorrow. And that's not the only duty waiting for you. The Imperial House's state reception also requires your participation. All of the provincial high society will be there to see the Emperor and share their hopes for the Empire's future in person. If you refuse to do anything else, at least attend to these two matters. Both the state reception and the unification ceremony are quite urgent. You're worse than Cornelius, brother. Does it please you to ruin such a pleasant evening for me? I have no desire to listen to this. Here, catch. With a mischievous smirk, your father chucks a fig right at Gaius's head. Your uncle dodges with a put upon side before sitting down on the bench next to you. The look he gives Uthar speaks volumes. Gaius won't budge. You feel awkward, unsure how to react. Is politics the only thing you're willing to talk about? I wanted to share something with you, and believe me, it's just as important. Putting his garden shears aside, Luther sits down next to Gaius. Your father's gaze seems to wander before settling on some unforeseen, faraway point. I had a dream the other night. In it, I walked toward the silver tree, clad in a simple shirt. I embrace it and fall asleep on its roots, and the holy tree covers me with its branches like a blanket. All my worries disappear beneath the canopy of its shining leaves, and I hear a voice. It instructs me. I need to travel to Magra and visit the silver tree. I need to go there incognito and see life in the Empire through the eyes of my subjects rather than from my lofty throne. The twins' holy site is the only thing that can bring me closer to understanding. It's hard to put into words. I feel like I've lost touch with the world. I no longer understand my role in it. I think a lot about my duty and the meaning of life, but my thoughts get stuck and my questions drown in fog. My strength is waning. The weight on my shoulders grow heavier by the day. It's starting to feel like a mountain, and the blood tide doesn't have any answers for me either. It's unbearable. A pilgrimage to the silver tree will surely bring me back to life. It will show me the world's true colors, clear all the darkness from my mind. I will see the true limits of my duty to the Empire. I will do that duty, and then I will finally be free. Your father pauses as a bright blue dragonfly lands on his wrinkled hand. His face darkens as if he's remembered something unpleasant. When he speaks next, he sounds somewhat irritated, but his resentment seems to be directed at Gaius rather than you. Jerian can fill in for me for now. Tell everyone that the Emperor has other business to attend to. This can be a good opportunity for my son to test his skills. I'm sure he'll do just fine. That's not an option, brother. You can't just shift your responsibilities onto your heir. The subjects expect the Emperor to appear before them, not his son. That's just a formality. Jerian will inherit the throne anyway. Our subjects should get used to the changes that are coming. Jerian can deal with these urgent matters, and I'll finally get a chance to rest and clear my mind by embarking on this pilgrimage. Gaius shakes his head but concedes defeat after a moment of silence. I see that you won't listen to me no matter what I say. Jerian, perhaps you can make your father see reason? Cornelius and I are counting on you. Oh, God. Let's see. If I let my father go on the pilgrimage, the Old Faith clergy will go down by 1, my management will go up by 1, Uther Tempest will go up by 1, Cornelius will go down by 1, and Gaius will go down by 1. If I make arrangements for the reception, Uther goes down by 1, and I think he gets Shattered Hopes. Sevilla goes up by 1, Cornelius goes up by 1, Gaius goes up by 1. I lose a little bit of will and gain some blood. You promise to fill in for your father at the unification ceremony on the condition that he deal with the state reception. Great. So either way, the only way I can get out of this is if I let my father go on the pilgrimage. But then I lose a lot with everybody else. Well, shoot. If I do this, this is going to give him shattered hopes. Dogmatism is going to go up by 1. But the old faith and the new faith also gain 1. Let's take a look at fate, shall we? Let's see. Still need the great houses or the distinguished Arcanians. If I do this, this will give me the new faith. And then I'll just need the distinguished Arcanians or the great houses. Okay, so it doesn't look like it matters if I do the shattered thingamabob. It'll make him sad, but it'll still keep him within the bounds of everything. And I need Gaius. I can't afford to keep pissing him off. Okay, so it looks like, Dad, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need you to do your job, sir. Now, I guess, shit. See, I need to make arrangements for the reception. But this one will give me the old and new faith. It will bring me closer. And I get the event, the pilgrimage. Yeah, I don't want to lose any more with Gaius, because this chapter is long, but I don't know if I'm going to be getting any more opportunities to raise stuff with him that I can just straight up take. At the same time, I do kind of want to get this event right here. And then he will never again entrust me with his greatest hopes and desire. So the family will be strong overall, but oof. Fine, I'll let him go on this thing because I do want to see this event. Oh, God. Your ears are ringing. You feel the blood tide screaming within you. Uther is the Emperor. You cannot replace him or act in his stead without being crowned. It's against the law. The roaring in your mind gets so loud you can barely stand. You dig your fingers into your temples so hard it hurts, forcing the voices of your ancestors to fall silent at last. You can't help but sympathize with your father as you look at him. If the pilgrimage matters that much to him, you're willing to do everything in your power to support the Emperor. Your father clearly needs rest. The burden of power weighs too heavily on him. You turn to Gaius and tell him that your father's search for the truth matters more than anything else right now. You don't mind shouldering all his responsibilities. You'll handle both the reception and the ceremony, and Gaius can help your father prepare for his pilgrimage to Magra and the Silver Tree. Your father's benevolent smile returns, his gaze filled with gratitude and relief. Your uncle's eyes widen in surprise. He looks impressed by your determination, although he expected a different response. Gaius drums his finger on the armrest the way he usually does when deciding on his next move in chess. I do not know the true reason for your decision, Jerian. Whether you are guided by pity for your father or by pride, You are making a mistake. The family will be able to support you at the reception, but you will have to conduct the unification ceremony on your own. And I very much doubt that you are ready for it. You spend the rest of the evening studying the intricacies of the ritual in which you will wear a mask and transform into Eric the Pious. You're supposed to become him. The ancient ceremony is full of details and intricacies, but because you also have to prepare the reception, there's almost no time for a thorough study of the rite. The next morning, Cornelius comes to visit you. His face, sparing in emotion, reveals barely restrained irritation and vexation. You have disappointed me, Jerian. Gaius and I had hoped that you would help us bring Uther to reason, not indulge his weaknesses. The palace reception and the unification ceremony are our way of showing the subjects that the Emperor is alive and that his power is unshakable. Your decision to replace your father, however, will give rise to a great many unnecessary rumors and suspicions. Since you're racing against the clock, you choose to ignore your uncle's barbs and instead accept his advice with a smile. The ancient rite is so full of little details, you barely have time to make sense of them all. But with so many matters to tackle at the same time, you find it impossible to concentrate. At the state reception, your thoughts are a mess of ceremonial gestures and court etiquette. The visiting nobles all look the same to you. You smile and pretend to listen to the prattling of yet another chancellor, doing your best to save face. The Empress looks radiant next to you as she helps you bless the guests with your august attention. You catch just a few hours of sleep before you have to leave for the ceremony. During the rite, you break several rules, reach for the younger sword with the wrong hand, and then fumble the ceremonial greeting. The priests of the old faith grumble among themselves after the ceremony ends, clearly displeased. When Uther comes back a week later, you tell him how it all went. Apologetically, you report that the ceremony has angered the clergy, who believe your participation to be either a joke or outright mockery. Your father doesn't seem to hear you. I can't wait to tell you all about my trip to Magra. The silver tree has cleared my mind. Next to it, I felt like a babe in my mother's womb, or a sprout that has only just burst out the soil. I saw the truth, my son. I saw the Empire in a completely different light. I'll tell you everything once I've recovered from my journey. Your father hugs you and leaves. You drop into your chair with a tired sigh when the door shuts behind him. You're so exhausted you can't even begin to think about how to remedy the situation. Okay, I'm taking this L, so hopefully in the future, maybe something else will benefit from this. And my management is now adept. I really need to get things back to a good standing with Gaius. Oh, great. This event is triggered by your previous actions. A non-replenishable reserve. Okay, so I am fractured now. Another sleepless night. You can't find a place for your trembling hands. How long have you been tossing and turning, waiting for sleep that won't come? Your eyes sting and your throat feels parched. You've thought about getting up, but fatigue pins you down, draining the strength to move. The silk sheets cling coldly to your damp skin, and the silence weighs heavily on your ears. Odd, jagged shadows creep along the floor. When you focus on them, they huddle in the corner, waiting. But as soon as you look away, they stir again. Your head feels weighed down by tangled, senseless thoughts, many of which you do not recognize. Are these thoughts truly yours? Is this you? You pull yourself up, peering into the darkness, where the mirror hangs opposite the bed. You have to make sure. Your reflection, vague and distant, appears unfamiliar. How can you be sure it's really you? You blink and a thin line cuts across your face. It is unclear whether the mirror has shattered or whether this jagged crack, breathing darkness, is not outside you at all, but inside. This is the price for renouncing your own essence. Your mask no longer fits the feature it conceals. The act that shattered something within you weighs on you like a stone, leaving you restless. You squeeze your eyes shut until your ears ring and collapse backward. Drained of strength, shadows close around you, turning into walls. You crumple the sheet and choke on a silent scream. The chirping of a nocturnal bird by your window pulls you from your stupor. Your breathing is ragged as you dispel the vision. It's just the trickery of an exhausted, sleepless mind. Enough of searching for the causes of your torment. You must find deliverance from it. You have to claw your way out of the grip of the oppressive darkness. What will keep you from slipping into madness? How can you hold yourself together? How can you restore peace to your troubled soul? You gather the last of your strength, looking inward to find something that will support you. Oh. What you truly desire is all that counts. Your identity and will are the source of your strength. I might end up taking this. Yeah, because this is pretty harsh. So will. What good is it to seek help from others if they're unable to provide it? Who will stand by you through these restless nights when fear runs cold along your spine and madness lurks so near? You can hear its guttural murmur. No one. You're on your own. Your will and determination are your sole support. They are what will rescue you from this suffocating nightmare. Everything else is insignificant and holds no value. From this night onward, you will rely solely on yourself. You will trust your own judgments and have faith in the impulses of your soul. You have the power to confront your doubts and fears. Drawing in a deep breath, you clear the fog from your mind and compel both your body and mind to obey your command. That inner strength has always resided within you. You simply hadn't recognized its presence before. All doubt slips away, sinking into a haze at the edge of your mind. The night no longer feels frightening. All your worries and burdens have faded away. The shadows shift back to familiar forms, and the reflection in the mirror is yours once more. With relief, you lay your head down and close your eyes. You can face any challenge that comes your way now. Those who have faith in themselves don't need the support of others. Ugh. It's harsh, but I felt like the other one was just way harsher. We'll see how this goes going forward. And actually, I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop right here because this is going on for quite some time. I didn't think the second chapter was gonna be that long, but I guess it makes sense because the first chapter is about 2 hours. So this is kind of combining all of that. So I'm gonna stop it right here and we'll pick up basically in the middle of this chapter next time around and go from there. So if you like the video, like the video. If you want to see more content like this, subscribe. I have a lot of things on the channel and I will have many other things in the future. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please feel free to leave it in the comment section and I will get back to you as soon as I can. So thank you for watching and I will see you in the next one. See ya.